Hello, hello, hello. Welcome on by, everyone. Today, we're going to be doing some Code Wars stuff, and then some more Code Wars stuff, and then some more Code Wars stuff. Today's stream is a Code Wars themed stream. So, of course, we have some actual Code Wars problems we're going to do, but after that, we're going to be polishing and probably doing the last thing, or the last big thing, to my Code Wars clan tracker. So for those who don't know, it's a little thing I made. It allows you to see historical changes on Codewars.com for insert your clan here. In my case, it's obviously for the 100 Devs clan. It's an agency I'm part of with a free training program. Not only can you see all kinds of stuff daily, you can more importantly see the leaderboard, which is something that does not exist natively on Code Wars, at least not easily accessible or obvious to some, with this little honor changes. Also added some graphing to it, because who doesn't love a good graph? Look at this graph. It don't look that fancy in that view, but let's look honor change. There we go. Look at the crazy graph. Crazy graph. That's all we care about. Just looks good. No need to read the data. You can glean stuff from it if you want, but that's about it. And yeah, after we're gonna do a little quick Code Wars, we'll then add some features to this. One of them, probably the most impactful one for users, is the ability for this to be live. So right now, we're looking at data that is approximately, 5 minutes and 5 hours and 40 minutes old, because I don't want to be hitting the API every second of every day. We want to be nice to our services we rely on. But this is going to become alive because Code Wars now has an API for you to get this static information. And while I'm not going to be, like I said, I'm not going to be incorporating it on a minute-by-minute refetching basis, I'm going to make it so that if you come here, your browser will make a request to the API and then get only what you're looking at. So if you're looking at page 1, it's not going to get the other 31 pages. So it's going to be a little bit more real time, but in the same time, it's not going to be DDoSing our friends at Codewars.com. Of course, we're not going to start that just yet. We're going to jump right into our actual Code Wars. So let me set that timer up somewhere over here. There it is. Math. I don't think I need that much. There we go. 7 minutes should be enough to do this Code Wars, which is swap vowels case. So, given a string, return a copy of the string with the vowels case swapped. Here's an example they provide for us. Assume that the vowels in the set A, E, I, O, U capitalized. So those are our vowels. Sometimes Y did not make the cut, it seems, folks. Given a string C is alive, you should return C is alive, with the first I made capital, the A made capital, the I made capital, and the E made capital because they were all lowercase. So let's give this one a shot. Now we've already checked our parameters. We're receiving a string. We already checked out our return. It's going to be returning a string of the same length of the same characters minus the swapped vowels. We see our examples. Thankfully, they've given us that one. We have another one. T-O, the O becomes swapped. T-H-E, the E becomes swapped to uppercase. Let's think of our pseudocode. So our pseudocode will be, let's see how we can do this. Well, we can convert our string to an array, and then traverse through array if current character is a vowel, set its case in the array to opposite case, convert the array back to a string, and return string. There we go. And that should be Good enough pseudocode. For those who know Python, you know how close that is to almost actual code. So let's jump right into it. So this will be so first I'm gonna follow the steps as I've written them. I'm not gonna get too distracted. Then we'll go for full Codewars. So const array. It's a great name for it because they're using string. We'll use the split method, which when you pass it an empty string, splits the string on every other character. Then it'll be for let I equals 0, I less than array dot length, I plus plus, and we'll be checking if the current character is a vowel. So they've already given us this here string of vowels, so we can be up here and declare this as a constant, just as they've given it to us. It's exactly their input. So we're going to say if vowels includes the current character, which we can access with our I index, indexing on array. So basically, if the current character is a vowel. If so, then we need to swap its case. So we're going to be setting it back to the swap case. I suppose this leads to us trying to figure out, well, what's the current case? Well, we can do that. Okay, again, let's do this simple brute first. So we're going to figure out if it is lowercase, we'll make it uppercase. If it's uppercase, we'll make it lowercase. So what's the logic behind that? If it's uppercase, then if you convert the case to uppercase, it's not going to be same. So if we convert array to uppercase, and it's already uppercase, so then it should equal array I, because the capital letter A to uppercase is going to equal the capital letter A, which will be directly equal to the original character. And that should be out of the same logic for lowercase. Fortunately, we don't need to do a third check here, so we'll use else when we get to that part. So array I equals, well, quite literally we already have, array I to uppercase. Then else, so if it's not uppercase, then it's lowercase. Then we will use the opposite method to lowercase. Then we want to, as our pseudocode says, convert the array back to a string. str equals array.join. Common way to convert arrays back to string, pass it an empty string, as that's the glue between the different array elements. We don't want anything, so provided that empty string, then return the string. C is alive to equal C is alive. Okay, so I changed to nothing, which is probably due to this right here. I think I did it backwards. Oh, don't need to call all those. Okay, let's figure this out. I'm not seeing anything extremely obvious, so we're just going to console log the original array before we return it. So for an empty thing it works, but for C is alive, okay, so we get C is alive. The I should become a lowercase I. So if uppercase equals the current, convert to lowercase. Otherwise, do nothing. So I made the assumption that we're actually getting in here. Maybe we're not. Maybe that's not what's happening. Aha! So my if vowels includes array of I, it's not doing its job. So this is either the problem of vowels or the problem of array I. So more debugging. Just gonna console log array I. See what that outputs. The letter C. And that is it. Huh? Ah, I made a mistake here. Okay, so I rely on my tools because I don't have any bracket colorizer. So let's see what's going on here. We have opening, closing, closing, opening, closing. This parenthesis is to this if conditional, which means these 3 lines are inside our for loop, which is why our for loop only runs once. We can verify that by seeing the C output. So that's our mistake. If we put these lines outside of our for loop in the actual function body, it should now work. I could blame that and be like, oh, well, this editor is just so small I couldn't see, but there's a full screen button right there, so. First one of the day, that's okay. Just getting warmed up, right, folks? Let's see if this one actually is the solution. And it is. Now, before we go on, this is Codewars.com. We gotta go full Code Wars, you know it, folks. So, let's think. So, essentially all the same steps, but Code Warified it. So, if we notice something here, we're converting it to a string, and then we're doing something for each character. That something may be nothing, but we're still doing something. So, the length of our input is the same as the length of our output. Whenever that's true, you can use a map. So first, I'm going to convert my string turn array using the spread operator. Another fun way to do that. And then map over every character. Now, this is essentially everything that goes in our loop, with a little more. So if vowels includes array I, well, that's not happening anymore. We're calling it character now, or car. There we go. And then we can directly return the modified car. Lastly, we need to convert this array back to a string using the exact same code we used before, the join, and this should still work. There we go. And I'm trying to think, is there a better way to do this? So we don't need to set and return. But once we enter this conditional, we know we're going to be returning anyway, so we can directly return. And this still works. So when it is when it's an uppercase, it comes through here, then here, then it returns straight to here. Otherwise, if it's a lowercase vowel, it goes to here. Otherwise, if it ain't even a vowel, it goes all the way down here. We can probably still do this better though. So we can, just for cleanliness sake, we can invert this to say if you are not a vowel, just return the original character. So the exact same logic, but we reduce indentation just a little bit, which I'm a big fan of. Makes it feel a bit cleaner to me. And we run it again, just verify. It is good. Now we can go full Code Wars. Let's never go full Code Wars, folks, but this time we will. Because if you notice, this is an if and an else, so there are 2 conditionals here. Whenever you see, or 2 branches for your if statement, that can easily be turned into a ternary condition. So, same logic, just using the shortened conditional / ternary syntax. And it still works. Now, technically, we can go further. We can make this a 3-tiered ternary condition. Which, yeah, we'll go ahead and do it, just because we've seen the code at this point. There we go, a nested ternary. Dun dun dun. So let's break it through one more time. For every character, if it's not a vowel, go here. Otherwise, if it is a vowel, do all of this. Then it's going to say if that vowel is an uppercase, use lowercase. Otherwise, then it has to be a lowercase, so we want to uppercase it. So it's the exact same logic, just a bit more unreadable. And of course, we can one-line it all the way, because arrow function only had 1 line. And now we can do one more thing. We can put vowels in here in line, but I don't think we need to do that. We can. There's one last optimization though. So includes, this is a method on strings that traverses through the string and finds if it contains this string or this substring. So it's like, is it the letter A? No. The letter E? No. The letter O? No. The letter U? No. So it goes through all of them, which if we count is 10 characters. So for each character it goes through, it searches at worst case 10 times. So counting like this one here, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110. So at the worst case, it looks through this string, or it examines each character 110 times. Essentially making this complexity n times 10 or something, which we don't really care about, but that's what it would be. We can convert this to a set, which has a lookup time of O of 1 when we use has. So it's a much more efficient data structure, and now it is a one-to-one lookup. It still works. Would have been worried if it didn't. And there we go. Of course, there was a regex solution. So this is replacing only the characters with, this is an uppercase test, although it's only for those characters, so I wouldn't know if this is better or worse, to be honest. Nope. Wrote a helper swap case function. That's cool. Swap vowel case. Okay, it's other fancy variables. Conditionally choosing the method name. If they went that far, they could have went further enough to conditionally choose the middle part, just upper, but I guess they didn't go full Codewars. That's nice. Oh, a swap here. They wrote it again, just as a multi-line. That's what I had. Super manual, but cool. Also using a for each instead. So just the choice of traversal. I did go through this phase where I set it and then kept the set thing. Directly checking if it's one of the lower or one of the uppers. Ooh, using a directory mapping or a dictionary. Very Pythonic here, or at least the naming is. Lower becomes upper, upper becomes lower, and then they check, hey, give me the opposite, or give me the value. If the key don't exist in the object, give me the original character. Thinking about it, this is pretty efficient. As far as efficiency goes, it's about the same as a set, I'd say. Maybe even better, so it's more memory, but less time, because it doesn't have to actually do the conversion. You've hard-coded the conversions, basically. Oh, wow. Real efficient there. This is what I was mentioning with the other one, conditionally changing the method partial name. Though, I can't believe I never saw it. The ER is the same as lower and upper, so... yeah, real Codewars you there, folks. Okay, I think that is it for our first Codewars. Let's get on to the Projecto. So, as you can see, I have two to-do lists here. One's for both project, because for those who are not in the know, this is a Next.js, aka React front end, but it relies on my other repo, the Codewars script. You can find both of these right there, by the way, in order to do the downloading and scraping. So this thing downloads the stats, and then the actual leaderboard or the tracker reads them. We're also going to be fixing that eventually, so that way they're not going to be so weirdly coupled. One will be a dependent of the other and all kinds of fun stuff, but first, that's just to explain why I have two different VS Codes open. First, though, is to update the timer to 6 hours, because way back when the Codewars API came out, I say way back when like it was a long time, it was a little while ago. Let's set that a better time. Oh, not that much time. Watch me do math, folks. There we go. Figured it out. So yeah, back when it changed, I of course changed my server to not always be asking the API for data, turned it down to 6 hours. But I've never updated the front end, so that is the next step. So I'm going to start up the Next.js React server. Let me turn on the highlights for y'all and the keybinds. Y'all can see that. And while that loads, oh, can't use the port because overlays on that one. But here we are now. It does the load. Any second now. There it is. Lots of loading. And bada boom, bada bing. Now this timer ain't accurate anymore because if we go and look at it, it's on a 3-hour rate when in reality, first I have to find the timer, right folks? Let's find the timer. Countdown. Here we go. Okay, so we found the component. We just need to find where it's used. Wake up, VS Code. Come on, VS Code. Oh, it's still initializing. Didn't make it? Huh. Usually it can tell you where, there it is, all the references of a thing are. This is built into VS Code, thankfully. And it tells you everywhere this thing was used, if VS Code can find your stuff. So we use it once in the header, and we use it once in the hall. Yeah, so the hall is for the Hall of Fame. I know what that one's doing. Here we go. Time until new data. Next download. Okay, where's this variable come from? Next download is a value from the API. Very cool. So yeah, it's not on the front end, it's the back end I need to change. Ha! Goldfish memory. I'm getting there, folks. So we need to update the next data handler. Now here it is. Change a 3 to a 6. Whew. That was a tough one, folks. And now if we come here and we refresh, it's going to be a different number. Do the math. There we go. So now this is very much more accurate. So it's going to be the shortest commit ever there, folks. Update timer to 6 hours. Of course, this ain't going to be as impactful, at least for today's stats, as we're about to replace that with the actual API usage. So, checkbox on that one. And let's start figuring out this logic here. So essentially, this feature is only useful when the start and end, when the end is today. So that's the logic we need to start with first, is checking, are we asking for today, this day? Now I gotta go remember where all this is. I will find it. So this is the leaderboard component, big component, like 300 lines, very clean, needs no refactoring, none at all. And well, half of this is the graphing thing too. So yeah, very big component. So we're just gonna start off by like checking, is it today? So const is today. And that'll be, because we're using a React, we want to use memo on this. It's basically checking if today's date equals this date in the end box, right there. So let's find out where that date is actually living at. Here it is, raw end. So, well, before we have to figure anything out, I don't remember stuff, so we're just gonna console log raw end, see what that value is, see what we have to compare ourselves against. There we go. So it's this string in the format of year, hyphen month, hyphen day. If you're wondering why it doesn't look like this is obviously month, day, and year. It's not a problem. It's that this is a native date component and it renders it however it wants to, but this is what the data actually looks like. Hey, Robodom. How you doing? I'm doing well, doing very well. It's gonna be a Code Wars filled day, you know? Gonna finish this Code Wars Leaderboard up, and I'm gonna make it live. So if you come here and you refresh the page, or you look at the page, it will be to the time you look at the page, live stats. At least for today. Obviously, can't. There's no point in living the past. And yeah, you're gonna build up another task, huh? Did you finish that, what was the last one you had? Chapter 10 of Shay How? I think that was on Saturday, or maybe the last one. Yeah, it's gonna be fun for sure. Also, I'm gonna try to shove my 700 files in a database, which, who knows what's gonna happen. Hey, it was that. I'm glad I remembered. Okay, so right now we're just checking if the date in the box is today's date. Read all of Shay How. Let's take it one chapter at a time, huh? Let's not don't bite off more than you can chew, as they say, right? Okay, so I have this date, year, month, day. I think I can just be like, is today that? So this will be raw end triple equals date to, yeah, I wrote this method earlier to convert a date to the year weird thing. Ooh, JS way repeated statements. Nice. Well, hey, I hope you make it. I mean, I'm sure you've made it on the last one, so yeah, I look forward to celebrating you when you do make it. There we go. Almost done. Yep, loops, the power of all of them. I mean, it's like I said, like I mentioned last time, it's what gives you power to do stuff dynamically. Okay, now we can be like const log is today. It is true. Today is today, folks. Power programming. But now that is not today. What about this? Also not today. So someone could be like, let's select the future. Should probably handle that. Yeah, Ribodum. I mean, I don't know a single language that, even if they don't give you direct access to all the looping mechanisms, that don't have some form of looping at its core, you know? Except maybe those mathy calculators, but even them, they don't call it loops, they call it summation in those fancy math words, right? So, they're just loops in disguise. Loops are everywhere. Use live API. So I'm refactoring already. I got one line in, and this line's like, time to refactor this one line, folks. So I was being like, if it's today, but some people, I don't know who those people are, but they exist. They can be like, well, I want to select the future. Oh, why is it not working? I need a handle for those people. They exist out there. We love those people. That's right. Yeah, that's just the math way of calling of a loop, right? Yeah. I learned that when I was like, my goodness, what are all these symbols? And I figured out, and it's like, you could have just said loop or something, you know, or iterate, or a word I did know, not summation. Yeah, when I figured that out, I was like, you math people, you just putting big words in there to sound smart. Okay, so use the API will be if the current date is, so if raw end is greater than or equal to, I need to pull a date from this, from the current date. Yeah, they just want to be fancy. Get time, good. Here's a new date that get time. Now, I know this isn't gonna work because the times aren't flattened, right? So it is the 22nd, but as far as this thing, like 22nd at midnight versus 22nd at 14:04, that ain't gonna work. So set UTC hours. There we go. I have a method around here. Flatten date is what I call it. Amazing name. So I just need to pass this date to flatten date, and it will magically flatten it to essentially midnight. So, oh no, I need an import. There we go. Now I can console log this. And it should work for today and all the future days that someone may choose. Well, I guess it won't work. So fun thing about Next.js, for those who aren't familiar, it is a front-end and back-end framework. Thing about it is that it's kind of hard to, it's not hard to see, it's easy to mix up the front-end and back-end code. So this is back-end code, but I have a helper here, and I just tried to import it from the front end. But would you look at these are node modules. These from the Node.js. So the browser was like, well, I don't have FS, I don't have path. So it's like, yeah, I see you're trying to import that thing, but I can't go get it. Ooh, it's a framework, so it's a React-based framework. Essentially, once we get to React, or technically we don't even need to get there, because there's a concept of separation of front-end and back-end code, that you can write JavaScript for both. They're technically in separate projects, or at least in separate folders. You got your server.js, and you got your other thing.js. Next.js is basically like, let's put them all together. So we have over here my front-end code, which is all React front-end stuff. And then right beside that, we have a folder called API, which is all my back-end code. So it's not a full server, but essentially, if you can recognize this, REQ and RES, these are your Express.js handlers. They each get their own file, and the path is the name you have. So it's /API /leaderboard. It runs all this handler code. So it's kind of a hybrid thing. I'm sure it's not new and all, but it's the popular one that I personally, it does everything I want, so I got no complaints, and nowhere else to go, you know, like, it just works. The mistake I made is that there's back end code here. So this is code meant to be ran on the back end. You can tell because I'm using Node.js APIs, but I just tried to import it on the front end because there was a method I liked. So it got all confused, like, what do you think you're doing? Instead, what I need to do is put this in this separate file. I don't know the good way to do this. I ain't a Next.js expert, but I create one stuff for like front-end shareable, the other for back-end shareable. Again, it works. I ain't complaining. Then I just click the little clicky button, and it's like super happy now, right? Be happy. Probably gotta do a refresh. Nope, not that happy. So the import probably still exists on the leaderboard. There we go. We gotta delete the old import, wake Copilot back up, and now we do the proper import from the correct file and manually refresh. Everything is happy. So now we select the 22nd, all the trues in the console. Firefox has a tizzy. We'll wait patiently to Firefox. Well, someone needs to do something. There it is. Okay. Firefox is freaking out. But now if we select yesterday, it is not using the live API. But if we select future, it is using the live API. Beautiful. Okay, I'm checking out this button here. What's this button do? Okay. So we're just going to start off by getting page 1 working. Page 2, the rest of the pages can just wait a minute. So let's see, use effects. We want to run some code when we are using the live API. So first we're going to say, if we're not using the live API, return. So good old early return, guard clause. Pick your favorite thing. Ooh, Copilot thinks we want to do an interval. Wouldn't that be... We could do an interval to literally update it as you stand here, but we are not going that far. That is not the MVP feature. Good idea though, Copilot. So first, my goldfish memory is like, how does this work? I don't remember. So I'm just going to go to old code. Old code is always good code. Here it is. So make a fetch to this URL with the clan and with the page number. Then it returns this thing. Oh, I just want. Oh, give me all this code. This is some great code. Hey, DN Bull, how's it going? How are you doing this day? We over here just Code Wars it up. TLDR, you see this page? This page very blank, very bland. Data's like 2 and something hours old. We gonna fix that. So when you come to this page, it will be live. Yeah. Also, DM Bull, you're gonna like this, and this is partially because you telling me that it can use MongoDB. I'm gonna get into some Prisma today. So I'm gonna get into it, try to shove my 700 JSON files into a database and see how I like Prisma. Yeah, it's when we get in there, we gotta make this. I want to do something a little easy first, but eventually, yeah, we go into Prisma. Because I read the docs, I was like, I think I can handle this. So yeah, as you can see, it is on the to-do list. I'm gonna shove it in the database. Yeah, I did. I did a once over on them. They all seemed good. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna struggle more with changing my data than actually using Prisma, because I feel like that's where I'm going to spend a little bit more time, is just like transforming the data to any database. Then Prisma is just going to be like, oh, what do you call it? You call it find or find many. There we go. That was good. I feel like that's how it's going to go, but we'll see how we get there, right? So I copied some code. Amazing code. Clan. Query clan. Then page is page 1. Well, is it page 1 or page 0? Yikes. I don't know. We have to go declare our clan. Our constants? We don't have a constant. Okay. Const clan equals 100 devs. Oh, Copilot thought it knew what we wanted. It did not. Want list clan. I figured it, DN Bull. I'd be like, hello again, Amnesia DN Bull. I figured it was a mistab. Hello again, yeah. Ooh, oh wait. Also, I don't know who was it. Oh yeah, Ken. Oh, watch me not remember where it is. Okay, we're going on a detour. Because Ken linked to me the beta docs, because the React beta docs for the effects came out, or at least I found out they came out. And they are pretty good. They explain effects really, really well, in my opinion. And actually did help me, too, because I was always like, how do you cancel an asynchronous promise, not like set state after it's done? Made it much more obvious. Where is it? Here it is. You probably already saw it, but it is pretty good. Yeah, I think, where is it? Fetch. Where is it? Where's the snippet at? Here we go. So this is a pattern that I was not aware of it. Hey, yeah, and that might be it. So you already saw it. And this was a pattern that I was like, oh, we have to use some weird asynchronous canceller or abort controller. But it's like, no, you just use a simple Boolean flag to prevent. I'm like, so simple. It's like, get back to basics, right, folks? You just set the ignore thing to false. And then before you do your setting state that would catch thing fire, create a new section. Maybe... I mean, I doubt this is, let me see. I mean, this one's live. It's very live. Where's the search bar around this place? There it is. Ah, that's cool. Yeah, I'll definitely have to read the deeper one later then, yeah. Yeah, but this one was like, it was just that one little thing I was missing, you know, but it's pretty good. Definitely explained it awesomely well. And now I'll just use myself an iffy here. Yeah, finally. I mean, it's better than that, too. It's not just use effect as a hook, it's effects in general, which it was, but yeah, it was definitely a cool thing to finally get a good one on. Yo, Jacktree coding. It is going well. We're over here making my leaderboard live. And then we're shoving it in a database, but live is what's gonna be much more impressive to folks. There we go. So we get the data out. And I forgot how to make ifs apparently. What have I done? Catch does not exist on promise full. Yes, it does. Oh, it calls on the call of it. There we go. Yeah, hope it's going well. Okay, so this is good. Now we want to do stuff. Okay, so this is if it's today. Oh yeah, if not payload success. I guess we gotta say something. Thank you, Copilot. You've been very useful. Success does not exist on thing. How did I do that to make TypeScript happy? There we go. Success in payload. That's how we do it. Ooh, is that it? That's the new section. It's not. Oh, okay. We're literally looking at the what is this? The I forget what Vercel and they all call this. The live thing or whatever. Yeah, definitely save for sure. Let me just take a brief. Ooh, this is looking. Oh, I'm definitely gonna be enjoying this one later. Thank you, DN Bull. You give me a free little sneak peek on it. It's gonna be good. Okay, so if success and payload, console error, why it sucks. I mean, we probably should go for a full alert at this point because users need to know. Alert payload.reason. Yeah, I definitely will, DM Bull. Appreciate the live preview there. Okay, VS Code's went a little crazy. Let's not do that. I wanted you to remove a space, not rediscover the world. Ooh, React Spectrum from Adobe. I don't really look out too deep into package authors, but it's not something I would have thought Adobe to be an author in. Spectrum. Oh, it's of their design system. Okay, that's neat, I guess. So, oh, this is this looks like a full thing, like Material UI or something. Action buttons, toggles, list. Where's the date one? Date field, or just date in general. Here we go. Show me how to do it. Oh, do I have to push numbers in these? That's cool. Uncontrolled, controlled. Ah, okay. Keyboard accessible, love that. Tabs, love that. Time zones. Don't talk to me about time zones now. Granularity, smallest unit displayed. Oh, that's cool. Oh, you can change the time zone? No, you can't. Okay. Oh, there's the. You linking all the good resources today, DM Bull. You telling me videos are a quicker form of communication than just scrolling through docs? Say it ain't so. Ooh, React area. Okay. Fancy. Oh, there's the drop down. Okay, there needs to be the. Ooh, look at that. Range. Ooh. It's all good. I mean, I'm definitely loving the built-in, essentially, range picker, which, I mean, I'm that close to just being like, let's shove it in mine, because I literally have 2 different boxes to select range. Very, not cool. Okay, all the cool locales. Yeah, I'm not dealing with locales. I'm just like, UTC, the rest of y'all can suck it, but that would be something cool to implement. Very nice. Yeah, I know, DM Bull. That's where it's like, either if the library doesn't do it all for me, I'm not doing it, you know? Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely gonna look at it, because, like, I've implemented the actual calendar myself, but this literally, I'm selecting 2 dates. This is exactly, at least that one feature, I would love that here, instead of start and end. Instead be range or something. If I can just scroll down the docs here, it's probably date range picker or date range calendar. Ooh, fancy. Okay, so if I select one, oh, it makes you force a range now. So if configurable, you can just select the same day. Ooh, look, this is what I want. Well, and watch, you can't select past the future, I bet, right? Okay, I guess you can, but I can set like a max date or something probably to make it stop here. It's so enticing. How much of this feature do I implement? I gotta do this part first, though. Ooh. You better watch out, Bull. You're gonna turn into one of the 14-hour streams. Gotta do one cool feature at a time. Yeah, you entice me, Bull. It's... What's this library called? React Spectrum. It's on the list. It's on the list. Might not get to the database. Are you happy now? I'm sure we'll get some of the database, but yeah, it's on the list for sure. Yeah, we'll jump to the back end after I get this one feature. Because I saw a bunch of people start like using it, so I'm like, okay, I better get this one feature actually. Then I can do back end fun stuff. Yeah, Docker Compose, let's go. Nice. I might not need this as much as I did before, cause so this is an old to do. It might not. There's a reason it's on the bottom of this list. Because after I convert to a database, it's just gonna need credentials to the database. Because right now there's this weird to thing in which, because it's all flat file basically, in which this project, like the Codewars clan tracker, needs the location of clan output to read all the data from manually with the file system module. Obviously, once I transition in, like that pairing would be great to Docker Compose. But once I put it in a database, the advantages of Docker Compose kind of get solved away. So it's still on the list, just not yet. It's at the bottom of the list, unfortunately. Okay, let's figure this out now. So I got this code. Don't want to look at that code. This is the code I want to look at. Okay, so I'm here, and I'm fetching stuff. Let's just console log it. The response, right? I don't even think I need to do anything special. I just need to replace my data in a way. Yeah, it sounds like a pretty good way to do it. Yeah, that is what I did on my to-do thing, I think. Express on back and React on the front. Hey, of course, yeah, I'll catch you in 15. Let's just console log this and see what the data is. Look at the data. Core is blocked. Uh-oh. Okay, so we have a little issue. Oh, I have to do the encode thing, right? Code URI component clan. There we go. That'll make the magic happen. Uh-oh. Well, this URL works. I can only drag over and check the go actually check the pull request for this. Because I remember there being something about, like, the core is not working because of some package. I never actually tested it, though, so I'm like, maybe this is what they were talking about. Yeah, because this is the one that our very own Con Training Kava, the one that does all the cool drawings on Twitter, they're the one who actually raised this up. And let's see what they were talking about with cores. Cores is enabled, but slash in the name is broken. So the fact that this %2f is here is our problem. And specifically, it's a cores problem with this module. Rack. That's Ruby or Rust. Oh, it's Ruby. Do I know how to? No, I don't know how to fix that. So I won't cores it. I wanted to make it, like, you know, offload to the browsers, but I guess I'm offloading it to the back end. Okay, so where we call leaderboard, essentially. And then I guess it'll be interesting. Okay, so it'll just be an additional request, right? So what is this? Literally, what is this called? Yeah, I'm just literally gonna be using this essentially as a proxy. Well, very amazing name. Come up with the best of them. Codewars clan members. So copy that, paste that. Love that. Will we be using caching? No. Essentially, this can be a cores proxy for the actual thing. I will go ahead and hard code the clan here though, so why not? Const URL, and here's where we do the page stuff. So instead of awaiting that, I think I have fetch back here. API. It's back here. User TS. There it is. So import fetch. Where did I get fetch from? Oh, I forgot. Next comes with fetch. Fun times all around. I guess I'm just fetching this then. Fetch that lovely URL. Const clan equals that lovely clan. Yoink. Yoink. Yeah, we're not doing any of that memory caching anymore. And this is not times, it is response. And then thank you Copilot data. And then all the logic I paste on the front end comes down here. Yeah, literally all this. Yoink. Actually, no, it's literally just serving as a cores proxy. I will take the results and just send it back. So API Codewars clan members page equals whatever page I give you. Jack tree. I don't like. I've literally only had it for like a week, and then they were like, "It's paid now." So I don't think I'm gonna go for it. I don't know. Like, I haven't become dependent on it, so I'm definitely not. Don't have to. It's nice for autocomplete, but I don't know. I don't think so. Like, it doesn't solve. It doesn't do. It saves me time, but it doesn't solve any additional problems aside from that. Like, it's not solving bugs. It's a time saver for me, at least with the code I write. It doesn't really do anything I can't do. It just does it a little quicker. Codewars clan members. And page equals 1. Page equals req.query.page or 1. Again, I literally don't know how that endpoint works. Response send, just literally send what I get. You are serving as a cores proxy at this point. I'm on the fence. They're gonna up the price, huh? Oh yeah, I mean, if that's the truth, then I might get it. I don't know. Again, I love it and all. It's pretty cool, but I could live without it. It's kind of like why, like, as cool as Quokka is, like Quokka the extension, and it does have a paid version. I don't necessarily use any of the paid version features. I mean, I'm sure like once I get a job, I'll be paying for the tools at the wazoo, but like once I use the features, I'll start supporting. I'll pay for it, but I'm not using anything that they're charging for. So not yet. In the future, probably for sure. Especially when time becomes the limiting factor, which it partially is, but not the most limiting factor. Like, it's setting aside time, not the extra 10 seconds here and 20 seconds there. Yeah. So it's it completes functional code. Like the way I see it, RoboDom, is that, and for me, I don't know why, it literally like gives me one line of code at the time. I tried the settings, it don't give me like the big chunks that you see in the videos. Maybe I broke it or something. But yeah, it's basically like it auto completes the one line. Maybe it'll like, if you're asked to like do a timeout every 10 seconds, it'll auto complete each of those with every tab you do. So it's functional code, I'd say. It doesn't write broken code. It sometimes makes assumptions that's like, oh, that's not what I was doing. You didn't figure it out, but it's functional. It depends on how niche your stuff is. If you're writing something that's very niche, aka doesn't have like a billion repos on GitHub doing what you want to do, you're gonna get word completion and maybe method completion, but not multi-line concept completion, because it relies on what's on GitHub public. So if you're not doing something that hasn't been done before, yeah, RoboDom, it's like autocomplete on Gmail times 2 or times 3, I'd say. It's the way it feels for me. Again, I haven't used it, like maybe I haven't used it in the right projects, but essentially autocomplete Gmail. Okay, so I have the response. You can see, like, it's asking, like, oh, you want to convert this to usernames? It's like, that's cool. Not what I was going to do, but how would it know what I'm going to do, right? I mean, let's go ahead and, let's give it a try, RoboDom, since, again, usually I'm like, let's just do this because of the habit of doing it. But let's write a comment telling it what I want to do. Let's see if it can handle it. So first I need to figure out what I want to do. So when I have users end, so this will be replace users and users.end with updated honor stats. Yeah, the generation, because here's the thing, the disadvantage is that this entire file just got sent off to GitHub basically every time I touch something. So if you're working on NDR or anything you want to keep private, they say, like, in all their things, we're not sharing your code, but it's getting fed into the algorithm and all. I misspelled Code Wars. Oh no, probably did. Below, I misspelled Code Wars. So somewhere in the 400 lines of code, Code Wars is misspelled. Oh, COD Wars. There you go. Yeah, that would have actually failed. You didn't save me there, did you, Copilot? No. Hey, welcome back, DM Bull. Hey, there you go. Clear out that queue. Update users. User and users.end. Okay, we wrote the comment with payload. That's not what I want. With response data. Okay, Copilot, do it. New users. Okay, it's doing a thing. Oh, it did a thing. Okay, does it want to do more? Set users. No. Okay, maybe that was a little complicated one. Told me you need to work slower. I mean, what's that Star Trek one, right? Where you like whatever your time estimate, double it, and then so like if you say something's gonna take 2 hours, reality only takes 1, then you can be like, oh look, it took me an hour and a half. That's when you report it, right? Just to give yourself that buffer time and all. Okay, so it tried payload.data find u equals user username. So it's users. This was correct. Users.end, however, is what it needs to be. Now, so it was really close there. So it's new users. Spent a backend 5 hours on a backend. Oof. I mean, yeah, that's a big ticket, I'd definitely say. Was it a tough problem, or did it just need to be split up? Total cost using authorized.net. Not really familiar with authorized.net, but I can assume what it basically is. 5 hours. It was a real big one, or it needed to be split it up. That's all I can guess, Okay, so I just need to rewrite. So it really tried here, folks. End user. Honor, new honor. At this point, you can just say, like, what? Ooh, this is right. Rank also changes, but I need to convert the data for that to work, so we're just going to leave that itself. If your rank changes, sucks for you. Set users. Well, actually, we'll destructure this out. Oh, can you do it, Copilot? Oh, what is that? Oh, all the researching, huh? Oof. Yeah, I can feel what that one was. Hey, here we go. Okay, so this is a good example, RoboDom. I started destructuring it, and it knew exactly I need to set start and end back to the old start and end. And I need to set end to the new end users. So that's a good example, RoboDom. It didn't do anything I wasn't about to do, but it knew what I wanted to do. 40 minutes left. Hey, well, you got it done, right? You can just chillax at this point. Set users. Yeah, RoboDom, it can do some stuff, which I think there's like a free trial. Like if you're not up for paying for it, there's a free trial, I think, somehow. Missing dependency. Okay, figure it out. Users.end. I didn't need end anyway. Yeah, RoboDom, it can be interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is technical what I would write. Yeah, this is fine to me. Let's see if I can just tell it to do stuff. Oh, would you look at that? Okay, so this is a good one, RoboDom. I said convert below code to ternary operator, and it did it. That's neat, right? I mean, it's a ternary operator, but it's pretty neat. It knew what I wanted. It figured it out. Oh, this thing's catching on fire now. What's it doing wrong? Oh, it can be undefined. Oh, it needs to be... What? What went wrong? So if no new user, return user. Otherwise, return user if the honor updated. Oh, yeah. Don't change the rank. There we go. Yeah, so it can figure some stuff out. You just need to know how to talk to it, which is almost as much effort as actually doing the thing you're asking it to do, but I don't know, like I said, maybe I'm not the target audience for this coolio feature. Here we go. Okay, here comes the fancy stuff. Let mounted equals false. Yeah, here we go. I am learning. Turn an arrow that says mounted equals false. That's exactly right, RoboDom. That's half of the functionality. It doesn't read just code. It will also read your comments. So let's see. Yeah, let's write another one. Yeah, comments is like half of it. There's also another one. Let me try to do it. It's in labs right now. Where's the Copilot labs? Here we go. Explain view. So you can highlight some code, and it will try to explain the code to you. Here we go. So if I click explain code, let's see if it figured it out. Here we go. So we're using a map method to iterate, find the same username. If user is found, add the honor property to the user object. User is not found, return as is, setting the end user's array to the new array of the updated user. So I mean, these are some good comments. Like this explain thing, it's still in labs, but it works pretty well for me. With what few times I have used it. No time soon, RoboDom. This ain't the problem, right? A new robot overlord. Hey, the problem ain't necessarily writing code. It's translating like user and client requirements into code. Once they get that, then someone needs to actually make sure all the code this thing spits out works. So, you know, only call set users if mounted. Let's see if this can figure out. There we go. See, you can say some basic stuff. It's not really made for code modification, but it does work. What am I missing? Users start. Oh no, it changed it. No, I didn't want to do that. Man, I love that, but so this is again. You use this tool, you will blazingly increase your review skills for sure. Yeah, I mean, it just made an error, so I was like, oh, it's done, right? The lines look similar, but no, it wrote it a little differently. So you're always going to need humans to code review this. So if you want code review practice, though, Copilot is here for you. Okay, with that working, this might be doing the trick. So we're just gonna say return always, because we need to actually do a comparison. So looking at our lovely graph, somewhere over here, once I find my face. Are you more of an expert user, DM Bull? Hey, glad to hear it. Okay, so we have 9236. Did you use it last stream, DM Bull? If so, well, there's the VOD for it. Hey, yeah, always love a good Docker. Let's see, we got a Docker Compose, API client. What's package out here? Everything's a lie. No, Robotime, we're all human, don't worry about it. I guess this is some old stuff. Cool. Okay, so we have our old build API. Is there a Docker file? Yep, there are the Docker files. I was like, you can't do this by itself. Okay, so we have good names, port redirect, mounting the API as app, and the mounting node modules. I guess that's for caching. Pretty cool. Then the client is mounting itself on app modules. Oh, okay, yeah. Did not realize you can mount two things in the same volume, or whatever that is. So they essentially join together. Copy the thing here, copy the rest of the things here. PM start. Nice. Yeah, that's a good one there, DM Bull. Taught me a new thing. You can mount stuff on the same volume, or whatever this is called. Yeah, but there's a bunch of us using it. You can find all kinds of everyone. Turns out anyone could be using Copilot. You never know. That sounds interesting. Chocolate ploy. It's probably Choky Pole, right? Oh, Chalky there, maybe. It's some kind of watching thing that's not working on Windows, which, that sucks. But yeah, I see what you need to fix, essentially. Needs to react when things change. Okay, so our numbers. 9236. Let's look at the top. My brain can remember that. There we go. 126, 78, 77, 66. Fire and brimstone. Nothing changed. Very sad. Oh, there it went. Oh, look at that. We got live content. I think it was real close, DM Bull. I think you were looking for Chalky Dur. Oh, what is Chalky Dur use polling? Ah, okay. Yep, so that was the library I found. Yep, uses this thing to watch changes. Yeah, so I'm guessing the Windows, however they hook into the actual file system, does not allow you to does not allow Windows to find out when things change, and tells it to poll instead. So at least you got it solved, right? Uh-oh. I think you should hit an infinite loop. And that was an infinite loop. Yeah, so we're gonna need a state variable. Live fetched. That will be a falsie. And once you do this, it'll be like, we did it. Set alive fetched true. Yeah, for sure. It's cool to work with, for sure. I just don't use it that often. Don't my projects don't get that big, or as I'm about to do, I de-dockerize what would have need dockerized anyway. There we go. So if we're not supposed to use the API, or if we've already done it, be gone. And now I have to reopen the page because that infinite loop was scary. Hit that network tab up. Sure we don't go DDoSing no one. No DDoSes today, good Did we do it? I can't read. Who do we ask? There we go, Codewars clan member. So we did it. Needs to be done after our actual fetching though, so this also needs a thing. Take that dependency array. So many things. Or no users dot end. Yep, so if there are no end users, that means the API hasn't done its job yet. A whole lot of dependencies in this one. It's getting wild for sure. Guess we should be looking at the other view because this one tells us nothing. There we go. Variable 126. Didn't happen. Get the leaderboard, user list. Okay, so the response is here. 30 paint. Wait, is this giving me all 100? Hey, it gives me all 100. That's good. If mounted. Okay, so I think this will work. I just had some bad state when I did this. So, this thing being... I'm going to want to put that in a variable at some point too. So we got to watch the order here. So we do some charting stuff, which shouldn't really be doing charting, but whatever. Oh. If I saw that double render, don't think I didn't see that. Interesting. Interesting. So I think is that it happened, but then it got overridden. So I'm gonna see if we make a change here. From 22nd to the 23rd. Actually might not result in a change. It won't. But if we go to the past, then it won't. Take off React strict mode. I know, Deanbull, that would probably help a little bit, but I think I can manage. I mean, this is also a Next.js app. Dude, can I even do that, you know? Also, live fetch is set on. Probably have to go in some setting to turn it off. But yeah, I mean, I don't really have many fetch or strict mode only things besides the doubling, which, like, it's fine. If I write the code good enough, strict mode shouldn't be able to break it. Yeah, it is interesting. Gives you I mean, I guess if you're hitting network requests very hard or something, definitely can help a little bit there in the moment. And so this is doing its thing. Obviously, though, I saw the data with my own eyes. Okay, let's do console log. Live fetched. There we go. End users updating. And then we'll call the next one where we do set users. Somewhere around here. This is a great name. There we go. You did something. Great. Yeah, you did all that too. Console log. Got data D. Where should I call set users? Oh, those are the only two spots. Okay, refresh time. Oh, that was an error that we just blazed right on through. Any second now. There we go. So yeah, we got that thing. Lovely. It didn't even do this. Which means one of these failed. Okay, console login time. There we go. Let's see what went wrong. live checking. It's a good name as any of them. Oh, don't know what that is. That was a typo. Expected and something got F. Oh, I just nested console logs. Going real good today. Okay, live checking false, true, true, false. So these two middle were true. So live had already been fetched. And okay, that just got duplicated. So this one is true. Live has been fetched. Okay, as appropriate. That's what I expected to see. Now if the refresh, we should get one of them. False, false, false. So we're triggered that. That triggered after though. I can see this. React query, huh? Steps in is not solving my issue. GraphQL server, faster deploy. Use GraphQL but with React query. I mean, yeah. Not that much an expert myself, but sounds like it, yeah. Might do the trick. I mean, React query is pretty flexible in itself. One of them non-opinionated, as you'd call it, almost. Takes your Postgres and turns them into... Oh, okay, it's a whole... That's nice. Grabbing all your tables. Oh, you're not... Yeah, you think you'd be able to... Oh, it wasn't grabbing all your tables. Ooh, yeah. At that point, you're either customizing or fixing the library. Which at that point, you might as well do it yourself, huh? I can see that. So here's all the falses. Are we not looking at users end? And we need to look at users, not users end. So when users updates, then we update. At that point, we might as well just say, hey, we got users start right here. Row level securities warning. Oh, row level securities. Yeah, I mean, there's got to be a difference between them. I don't think the library would be that borked to not be able to handle it. And let's use a Zend initially. Oh, it initially has a value. No. I need to use .length because it's always going to be whatever you say. True. I always want to know how, well, Remy D, I can tell you right now. So in this other one, we got this other script that goes to the Codewars, which now has an API, and fetches every page of data. He typed them out one by one. Yeah, Diambos, one by one. So in the Codewars script repo, I have this script here. The new one's here. The old one uses the allies table, which manually fetches the HTML and parses it out manually. Fortunately now, Codewars released an API to do the same thing in a cool JSON-y way. So I do this it used to be 3 hours, because the data was inaccurate the old way, but now, since allies page is out, or since the API is out, it's every 6 hours just to make sure the data makes it, because some of them fail for whatever reason. And yeah, then I save them into one of these 700 JSON files. Yeah. This is what we're going to be improving a little bit on today. We're going to put all this in a database. But that's neither here nor there. Then after that, the actual tracker just reads that file and transforms it a little bit, caches it, and spits it back out. Okay, so if they're not using the live API, if the live API is already fetched, or if there are no users in the thing, we don't go nowhere. But yeah, Remy D, today I'm trying to get this live thing working, so you can see your live stats when you come to this page. Currently just dancing with conditionals at the moment. False, false. It's supposed to be 3 logs, but whatever. Oh, there's the third one. Do, 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 do. False, false, false. Okay, we got all three, which means boom. Okay, so there's like a delay, but it does work. A jack tree coding. Thanks for the stretch. And with this, I'm gonna clean it up, make our commit and push. You should be able to see all these changes live. Let's switch to this view. Yeah, okay. I was because like, wait a minute, I don't remember seeing Ming Lee this high today. No, they are grinding these Code Wars live, folks. And again, I could add some weird polling stuff, but not in the MVP for this lovely day. So maybe instead of time against new data, I'll swap it, or I'll invert it in some way and say age of data. Data age. Maybe just on this view, I'll do like a data age thing. It'll be like an inverted. Actually, I don't know if I can just literally use what I already got. Okay, so this I think is okay. It's a, it's conditional monkey house, but it's okay, I think. Don't need those there. With that fancy thing, I now know how to prevent that async from doing craziness. Actually, I might as well say, hey, if you're getting to this point and we're not mounted, then go return early, right? Save us all a network request. Might not ever happen, but a little free optimization. Okay, so this is good. We don't need that console anymore. Let's just completely revert the chunk while we're here. Loving that. What's this up here? That's the thing I needed. So here's the thing with the leaderboard. So the leaderboard's gonna get a little extra data. Yeah, so leaderboard user, that's great. Active dot, love all this stuff. So essentially where my fetch is. Where is my fetch? I got a fetch somewhere around here. Here it is. So I get payload, which is going to be updated, and then users. So this is when it was last updated and what the user's actual data is. And we're going to say, well, we need some curly braces because this function needs a body. So we're going to say set users. Users, again, TypeScript does not exist here. Set data updated at, super verbose. Updated. Yeah, it's just angry it don't exist. So now I can write this const. Figure it out. No, okay. Maybe I need to do it below. Const. Hey, there you go. So here's a good one. Well, I guess everyone wants to look at code, the auto thing. It figured it out after I put it below, because I think it only reads it can read the code above where you're typing, not below. It's weird like that. Yeah, data updated at, or date updated at. I'll set it to null initially, so date or null, because we don't have any data yet. There we go, and that's going to be set to not date. I mean, you know what? Let's go ahead. Full new date. We'll convert it to a date. Oh, here's the thing. I also want it to be like in a go thing. So where's my countdown? I want to see if I can use this backwards. Hey, Raja G. How you doing? Thanks for coming on by. We're over here making my Codewars Leaderboard live. Set last updated at. Yeah, I'll change this. Set last updated at. Last updated at. You know, I'm just going to console log it for now. The FizzBuzz problem is breaking your brain. Uh-oh. Oh, the looping one? Yeah, the JSWay looping FizzBuzz. Yeah, I think I know the one you're talking about. You just gotta break it into smaller steps, you know? Yeah, Roger G, Code Wars scoreboard. There you go for it, DM Bull. I think that's the one with the for loop too, right, RoboDom? So is it the for loop or like the I that's throwing you off? Cause I'm trying to remember what it was, but let I equals 0, I less than 100, I plus plus. Wow, we don't know. Look at what Copilot says we want to do here. We want to throw math at this thing for whatever reason. Poor Copilot. A for loop. Yeah, that's the approach. So is it the for loop itself, like the three statements, or is it rather what goes inside the for loop that's throwing you off more? Because the way I like to learn it is you can unwrap it if you want. So you can kind of be like, let I equals 0. Oh, the fizz and the buzz part. Yeah, that's the if divisible by 3, if divisible by 3 and 5, otherwise. Yeah, the three conditionals there. So it's the divisibility checks of I. That's actually see if Copilot can figure it out. Oh, no, fizz buzz, that would help. Come on, Copilot, solve the code for me. It's using a memo. Don't know what that's about. So essentially in JavaScript, you're trying to figure out how something is divisible. So the main operator way to do that is essentially you're checking the remainder, right? So if 10 divide 5, that results in 2, but it has a remainder of 0. But if you 10 divide by 6, that results in 1 point something, aka with a remainder of 4 if you only did it one time. So it's that remainder that's the main way to check in JavaScript for. Wow, Copilot's just solving it for us. No, Raja G, it's it's not scheduled Wednesday, it's just incremental. It's opportunistic, Yeah, Remy D, I did see it's going paid. I mean, we all kind of knew that was gonna happen eventually. Just kind of sucks. I got like 1 weekend with it, and it's gone. So they didn't really hook me into it. But yeah, I hear it's going paid for sure. Yeah, that's the way. Or essentially, you're checking for divisibility. The modulus operator is one way to check for divisibility. Another way, is saying like, is 9 divisible by 3? Well, if this is true, so if 9 is divisible by 3, then 9 divided 3 will equal 3, because it goes in. That was a horrible example. Is 12 divisible by 3? If so, then this math equals 4. If this number is not divisible by 3, if it's 13, then it's like 4.1 or something, or I don't know, I don't math. Node 13 divided 3. There you go. So when it's not divisible by the number, you get this. You get a bunch of extra digits. So another way, if you don't want to use the modulus operator to get the remainder, you can check if what your return is an integer or a float, aka a decimal. Yeah, math hard. we know that, don't we? We do know math hard. So this is the more manual way of doing the checking if something is divisible by something else. See if this is a number, or see if this is an integer rather than a float. Otherwise, and by the way, you can do that by saying 15 divided by 1. It's 15. No, wait, that's not how it works. You're using if you're not using the modulus operator, it'll be 15 minus 15 divided by 1. So again, it's a little bit more mathy if you don't use modulus, but if you do use it, it's a little easier. 13 minus 3 minus 3 minus 3 versus 12. Yeah, trying to reinvent math, not the simplest thing, But yeah, you can also math.floor this to check if the floor of this is equal to it. So you can say like 13 divided by 3 math.floor triple equals 13 divided by 3. False. If you try with 12, true. Hey, yeah, give it another go. Go for it. And then you'll find out the modulus operator does this for you. All good, all good. Okay, API leaderboard. The latest of our stuff. So end time is end file name. There we go, this is it. So send users this, otherwise send updated with this as a number. And the cache will have to go. So I think that should automatically do cache busting. Otherwise, save that. See if it works. Console log. Lots of nulls and undefines. Yikes. Okay, let's turn the server off and back on. Always a solution in my book. Lots of nulls. Any second now. More undefines. Well, it really tried, didn't it? You returned to me bad data. How dare you? Okay, let's check the network tab. That'll tell us what it did wrong. Make it bigger. No, not that bigger. Okay, API. What have you done? Response. So that's that one. Start and end. So they're both here. They're looking the wrong way though. So I thought this cache thing, it's doing a thing. Okay, so that's the list of names. Leaderboard, start and end. Now I stopped and started the server. Copy as curl. So I want to run this manually now. Yikes. Uh-oh. Binary, I don't know what that's about. Just copy as a fetch. Weirdo. .json. Then console log. Start and end. We didn't get what we asked for. So we asked for it to send to this. Oh, it's putting the wrong thing in the cache. There we go. Payload. Yeah, I'll do this here. So that's what happened. Users, and then curly there, closing curly here. And now updated, that was a typo, glad I caught that, goes there. And then the payload can be used as it was before. You know what, I'll put this up top. Looks pretty. Okay, now this will work. Hopefully no, they probably didn't. Stop and start. And a moment now. This also should be made faster once I migrate to a database. This whole fetching and waning, and because it's doing the math right now as we speak. Boom! There be numbers. Okay, this is good. So I want this. So I want to use this now. Oh, I just want to use it right now. Let's look up at the top. Get rid of that. Last updated out. It's good to use a Yeah, so sorry, brain got lost there. So yeah, essentially just want to render some input on the screen. P last updated, just show that text on the screen because I don't know where it's gonna go. There we go. That's a good enough place as any. Last updated, and then this is where we'll conditionally put the stuff. So this will be, well, not loading. I appreciate the suggestion, Copilot. Last updated at. So if there's a thing, we're gonna render this little paragraph with a thing. Otherwise, we will render null. This is the proper way of doing React optionals. Any other way, you might get weird stuff. Now for countdown, I don't know what it's called. It's called a countdown. How does a countdown work? So it has a 2. Okay, countdown 2 is supposed to be a date, so I guess it's a new date of last updated. Anytime. I just want normal autocomplete at this point. There we go. So countdown to a negative value should be -5 or something, you know? Ah. 4 hours from now. Wait, 4:47. No, that's not right. What? Was it saying now? That's not what it's supposed to be. Okay, let's see exactly what that date is, because that ain't the truth. New date, so now minus then. Oh, this is in the future. Yeah, it's the date we're looking for in the future. Hold on, end file name should be handling that though. Okay, literally I'm curious about this now. Console log, start file name, end file name. Because these are the actual names, not the goal. I guess we gotta refresh. Any second now. Oh, did it not? No, it's just trying. Trying real hard. There we go. So now if I take this number and I'm like, ha, give me number. Date. Or I could say date.now. Do things simple minus there. That's not right, because date.now is supposed to be the larger number. But ended file name is the larger number. Oh, I know what's happening. When I flatten dates, it's plus 8600. Ah, so this is a me issue, not necessarily. Okay, I see what's going on here. Yeah. So I collect data every 3 and now every 6 hours, but in the interest of privacy, I flatten it to daily data. Inconsistency. But that also pushes the future one ahead. So current end equals end get date plus 2 days. So current flattened date of today. There it is. Right, so the next one is literally end of next day. Okay, I can just math it out since I don't physically know when the last data was fetched, unfortunately. I can use that cron timer though. That next data, right? Wait, how's schedule job work? Name for the job, scheduling info on each incubation. So job.last. I should basically want to get all of the invocations of it. Track invocation. And for this job for internal use. Okay, now I'm looking for. Let's figure out what this one was. So node scheduler get last There we go. Oh, I'm seeing good stuff here. Okay, I get all that. When the last job, oh, and this is literally last as in the last in the universe, not the previous. I want previous. I guess I'm just going to take the next one and subtract 6 hours from it at this point. So let's yoink that. I didn't change this file. Oh, I did. It changed to 6 hours. That was old though. Okay, so we're not using end file time. We're using const. Basically what I've pasted. Probably should import that module at some point. Love me an imported module. Enjoy that. Okay, so this will be next get time, which gives me the number. I can actually just math that away, can't I? 1 hour, 2 milliseconds. Seconds, and I want a copy and pasteable number. There we go. This will be this minus this 000 times 6. And parentheses because paranoia. Now we have last updated or updated. There we go. So we'll math our way to a solution. One way or another, we will get there. I think I gotta stop and start this. And now, after all that math, this thing should say like 3 hours and 20 minutes. Oh, am I still console logging it? I am not, so the proof will be in the HTML any moment now. So maybe countdowns don't go negative. That's understandable. I don't even have the console log here. I'll figure it out. Fortunately, I can just console log it here. Probably doesn't go negative. That's what my assumption is. There we go. So new date minus. Hope everything's refetching. Love to see it. There we go. So it just don't go negative. Let us fix that. So a countdown to this number. Okay, so I don't remember me doing this math at all. Here we go. Seconds remaining. Yes, I literally wrote it to only go down, not up. Past me did real good at this. Yep, there's another 0, so. Okay. Okay. So this is going to be a count up to be basically, or it's barely even a count up. I'll just literally create another component called count up because I ain't about to figure that out. Make this code as wet as the ocean. Yep, count up. And this is all broken because imports. Don't know what I broke there. Apparently I forgot myself a curly. That's happy now though. Okay, so set instead of being seconds remaining, this will be we can do a cool thing here. Where we say from. This instead of being seconds remaining will be elapsed. Elapsed seconds. And this will be set elapsed seconds. go. And this is always going to be, instead of this way, it's going to be date.now minus 2 get time. Though it's not going to be 2, it's going to be from. Yeah, just swap these around. Again, I probably could have made that other function or that other component modular in some way, but that's okay. Now for every second, we set elapsed seconds to be just elapsed plus 1. It's much simpler, thankfully. Loving that. Don't really remember what this math is for, but it exists here. Okay, let's see if we can use this now. All I gotta do is update this import. Any moment now. And, I mean, we're not even testing the, we're just testing that this component works now. Hey, there we go. 3 hours and BEA beautiful. And now when I perform my second fetch, this will also update last updated at. Beautiful. Set last updated at equals date.now. Hey, just in time, DM Bull. We think we got it working. Well, we're about to think we got it working. Get that little last updated at counter, so it'll tell you how old the data you're looking at is. Any moment now. Lots of thinking. There it is. 3 hours and 22. And now 1 second old. We are live. All I gotta do is center this thing. What is this thing? And let's give this a class. And you know what? We don't care about that. So now, in addition to, so basically we have this here, this little last updated ticker. Well, it's gone now. There it is. That tells you when the data was last updated. And initially, it's like, when you first come here, it's going to be like 3 hours. But then once the page, you know, gets the live stuff, it tells you it's literally 1 second ago. So 3 hours. That's really thinking now. Oh, lots of thoughts. Oh no. Something went wrong. There it is, 1 second. Okay. Takes a bit because all development environment, but yeah, now we get this thing being much more accurate and useful. So people know the data is live. Yeah, all that to get a little timer going. It's working though. Now it doesn't work for the rest of the pages, but who goes to page 2, right? Page 1 is where it's at. And I think this, I don't know, I think it's fine at this point. Polish and polish. But let's go ahead and make this at least a commit. So we don't need countdown. This goes there. This goes there. All this goes there. Love me my cute little count up component. My proxy endpoint, which is what that turned out to be. Got that added. Move that one function from helper to shared. Bada boom, bada bing. Okay, add live fetch, add live fetching to leaderboard, and technically this can be added to all of them, but that we ain't doing that today. Okay, this should be working. I just need to go up a folder. Oh, I don't have any of this. That's okay. I have it on my other projecto. Gotta deploy it now. Then we will take a break. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, /scripts deploy cannot do all that stuff. Ah, okay. Cannot do that. Oh, I ran the wrong one. Scripts push deploys for the other one. Let me hide secrets env. Oh, wrong env. The other one. Yep, just gotta make sure that's things on. There we go. Now we push all the stuff to the real server. There was one on there. But there was one that it had added in. There we go. And yeah, I think this is about it for this until I update the database. Let's update our to-do. Check, check, and check. Yeah, I think that's about it we'll do for the front end at this point. We take our break, do a Code Wars, and jump onto the database prism of magic. As soon as this loads. And I might as well push those other changes to GitHub so y'all can glaze with your own eyes. Not that folder. Yep, didn't mean to make that one. Git LG. Yep, we're 2 commits behind. Git push. And join. I think it's not down yet. It's still alive. In the meantime, I'll go ahead and get Mongo, or get our Mongo credentials ready to go. Oh no, did something wrong. Module declares flattened data locally, but it is not exported. Okay. So I guess this was an error on my fault. I should have done a test build before I did that. npm run build. Let me run this locally. Hall is the bad one. Yeah, this one doesn't export it anymore. It's share that exports flattened date. Yep, don't know how that one got past me. But it's okay. Might as well clean up these imports while we're here. Why are we... Wait, is that an import we literally weren't using? Literally not using that import. Awesome. Those are the things you want to see breaking. Let's see if that build works, and then I gotta go fix a bunch of stuff that just broke with my script. Because my script is not that fancy. It's very angry I don't use the optimized images. I think that's for user profiles, which is why. Because they are not optimizable. Any memento now. Stop hovering, VS Code. VS Code, stop. There we go. The build successful. Almost got it. Hey, that's more progress than you had before, right, RoboDom? Almost is better than before. More math, huh? The modulus operator. Yep, the modulus operator is usually the way to go about that. Now you gotta do it like twice or 3 times even, right? For the 3 and the 5 and the non, right? Yeah, it's a good one. Okay, now let's is for the push. So I gotta manually get over there. And don't worry, y'all can get the password, so ain't gonna hurt. RM on Code War update. I think that's right. Got the fizz and the buzz, but now the fizz buzz. Yeah, it's time to put it all together, right? Fortunately, you already got all the ingredients, right? So now it's combining it together. Go server, more or less, yeah? Fizz Dom Buzz, that's right. Yeah, it's an interesting operator for sure. A little bit more mathy than more logically, but it's more mathy than. Well, I mean, I guess it is appropriately mathy. You're asking if something is divisible by something, so it's actually the exact amount of mathy I'd expect. Yeah, Roger G, that's where all our today's code is. No, what's wrong now? Hall.ts. This ain't. Oh, it's old code. We gotta go rip it up, folks. Fizz Buzz Dom. Fizz Dom Buzz. Fizz Dom Buzz. Fizz Buzz Dom. It's pretty equivalent, I'm saying. Fizz Buzz Dom. Fizz Dom Buzz. Yeah. Yeah, they're really close for sure. There we go. We delete that one. RM Code Wars scripts the zip. RM Code Wars. RM Code Wars clan tracker. Delete all the stuff. There we go. I mean, Dom buzzes the fizz. Hey, I mean, technically you can change your Twitch nickname, which isn't your username, I think. So, like, you can. I don't know if that's only casing or if that's the whole thing. But you can do a little something if you really wanted to. There we go. /scripts push. Third time's the charm. Getting ideas, yeah. That ain't the day they created the account, that's for sure. Come on, Robodon, we are dying to know. Ah, lovely. The the inclusive yes. Appreciate the answer. Very informative. I think this thing's working though. We're gonna see if it's working. It looks like it's working. I was pushing old code. Never push old code. No, wait. I didn't make the commit, did I? No, it's gonna be old again. It's not gonna work. It won't work because I'm not pushing the code. I'm pushing the repo of the code. Fourth time's a charm. Yeah. Just curious. Yeah, have any pets when you were living up? Like, I bet they had names, right? Those pets that you had growing up. They totally had names. Oh, well, I guess we're just cut to the chase, aren't we, Robodom? Come on, BS Code, I believe in ya. We can add that file. There we go. Add achievements. No, that's not what happened. Okay. Just get a mend, I guess. Mend to staged. Get, push, force. We're going real crazy today. Exit. Last time. Got to SSH in one more time. Remove the update folder. One more time. Exit. Random. I believe it. I believe it wholeheartedly, Robodom. 7-Eleven. Okay. Final push, folks. Let's see if this works. Mr. D. No, I think they were a human before. Now they're the robot, DM Bull. Maybe you're a cyborg. Is that what it means? Ah. Yep, gotcha. So we did get something out of you. We got your email out of you. We just need to guess which provider it is now. Good job, DM Bull. Teamwork makes the dream work. Oh, okay. My apologies. Full Robodom. Oh, that's awkward. Don't know why that. I think if you do it without the kappa after, it'll work, DM Bull. I test it, but I have privileges for everything. There you go. You just can't account age someone else. Yeah. 2009. You can't read that? Well, Robodom sure can. Can't you, Robodom? It's just ISO date, not the prettiest, but I guess I could have done like a 2 locale date time or something. Yeah, I might as well do that. February 19th. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that was the robo test, Robodom. You're not a real robot then. Robots would have been able to read that. The year was 1900. What is fraud? There you go. Okay, folks, let's see if this thing's not working. Fortunately, there's literally no user change until you load. Hey, there it is, folks. Okay, so the leaderboard is like, well, that was awkward. Let me refresh it again. Okay, I know I'm weirded out by this. I can't see it. Oh, also it's gonna break when you don't go to a different page. So we got 201, 171. Gotta quickly and change. I can't tell. So you have no idea what part of you are then, huh, Robodom? That's what that's gotta mean. Okay, so I'm gonna check the API's actually. Well, it has to be the date's updating, right? So that is. Yeah, so that's working. So I will manually look at the data. Okay, so end for who's at the top. It's not that hard, Firefox. And motherboard. Okay, 8366. Huh. Oh, I think what happened is that we actually got new data. That's gotta be what happened. That's why it's the same. Well, we can test this when we come back from the break and do an actual Code Wars, because then the number should go up. The Mr. D part would be inappropriate. Oh, okay. I can see that saying it out loud. Yeah. Though very slight though. I've seen a lot worse, especially on Twitch and stuff. Okay, folks, let us take that break. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. When we come back, we will do a Code Wars, which will test our Code Wars leaderboard. Then we'll start throwing stuff in a database and see how Prisma works. Catch you on the other side. Maybe Robodom, maybe. Can always go back. Welcome back, folks. Let's knock out our Code Wars and then we'll jump right into that crazy database stuff we gotta do. Okay, this one I found here. It is change the given string using a non-negative integer n. Let's get that time set up. So each bit in n will specify whether or not to swap the case for each alphanumeric character in S. If the bit is 1, swap. If it's 0, leave as is. When you finish the last, start again for the first. Skip where non-alphanumerics but be preserved in their original positions. So 11 is 1011. So swap, don't, swap, swap, don't. Swap, but there's nothing there to swap. Don't, swap, swap. And then we start from the beginning again. 101. Okay, I see it. The Lord of the Rings 0. Oh, there's no there are no bits there to swap. Okay, so this one, it's a 6 Caillou. Little bit because we got the binary cool stuff, but I think it's a cool one to go on. So, kind of already went through the parameters. We're given the string, and we're going to be given a number. The number will be positive, so we don't have to worry about like the negative. Or the binary of a negative is the coefficient or whatever that sign thing is. The string can be empty. It doesn't really change our world. It can be any length. And yeah, we're returning the string with the digits and the positions of the ones of the binary string, repeated as they go on. Also as swapped accordingly, that weird looping thing. Hey, Scam VR, thanks for the follow. How is your day or evening or night going? For those who don't know, Scam VR, also 100 Devers, they do some streaming too, I think. Yeah, they did that roll quest thing. There you go, Jack Tree Coding. Enjoy the food. Yeah. I'll catch you probably. I'll catch you later, or I'll see you in mine. We'll stream at 7. Yeah, more Next.js. Oh yeah, that's right. I kind of lurked for the rest of your stream, but I assume you either went Express or Next.js. Yeah, we were just messing with some Next.js. My Code Wars leaderboard is written in Next.js, the front half of it. You can tell because I haven't changed the logo, like, at all. So yeah, we added a live feature to this. I'm gonna try to refresh, see if anything changes. Oh, there it is. Okay, we actually got to see it this time. So when you come here, it like uses the cache data, but then it asks the actual Codewars API, what's up? So yeah, the data is 12 seconds old. This is what we did for the first half of today. Second half, we're gonna do this Code Wars. Tough looking one, but I think we can get it. So yeah, parameters, return, pseudo code. So I'll need to keep an index track of where my index of current bit in n as traversing if current bit is 1, flip case, wrap index back around to 0, 1 at last bit, return the array back into string. So that's my basic pseudocode. So we're just going to say let index equals 0, const, and this, I think we can do a map actually. Return s dot, so we can convert our string to an array. We'll use the spread operator. Then we'll map over each character. And this is where we will do our logic of if, so we want to get our bits out first. So const bits equals into string 2. This will convert our number to a binary string, I think. I don't know if there's any prefix on this, that's why I'm checking. Oh, gotta do double dot for so thankfully there is no prefix, so that converts it to bits. Now we can say if bits index, then we will flip the case, so that'll be return car. We did this logic before, so this will be checking if the case is the same as uppercase, otherwise lowercase, then uppercase. So if uppercase equals the current character, then it is uppercase, we want it lowercase. Or if it's not already uppercase, then it's lowercase and we want it uppercase. Of course, we don't want to return this, we want to assign it, because then we want to index, or we want to increment index equals index plus 1 modulo around the number of bits there are. Got to do in parentheses because the modulus operator has higher precedence than plus. And now we can return the character that's been chosen, join it back into a string using the join method. So close. Okay, so is it backward? Oh wait, most of them are capitalized. I'm checking if it's triple equal the character one. Does it's a string, so the 0 digit is truthy. Nope. So hello world to equal, so is the first one right? Lower, lower, upper, upper, upper. Lower, lower, upper, upper, upper. Let's look at the bits actually. Console log bits. What do we got? 1011. So it's the initial example. Oh, no, wait a minute. Yeah, so this is right. So the spacing is doing something weird. So it's supposed to be WORLD. So when I read this, I was like, oh, we don't have to do anything. Oh, when it's not alpha. Okay, so I do have, so it did say, I just assumed I read this wrong. So when it is not alphanumeric, where is it? Non-alphabetical, right? Skip the checking with non-alphabetical characters encountered. Okay, so if we're going to do the regex way, A to Z, ignore case dot match. So if it's not A to Z, return car, and this will not modify our index. No, A to Z match is not a function. It's test then. Match is when you say string dot regex. Oh, this is looking good. So close to our first try, aren't we? We were. So I just rushed through the problem a little bit. Didn't fully understand that you're supposed to skip over non-alphabetical, not effectively do nothing to them. The dev wars cheater. Oh yeah, haha, good one, Mamba. Dev wars cheater. I never cheated. What brings you by, Mamba? We over here doing a little code wars to get back from our break. Swapping the case of a string based on the binary bits of a number given to us. Seem to always win when we play, giving away coins. Oh, I ain't got no coins though. So that theory. What's the next theory, Mamba? Come on. Nah, it was not every time. Watch. You have the stats. Like you've printed them out on a piece of paper, haven't you? They're just sitting right beside you. Like, no, it's every time or something. Nah, I don't know. It's all good. It's just, I don't know. I guess it's mostly blitzes and stuff, right? It's just, if I'm not on CSS, that's when I win, you know? That's when the magic happens. Okay. Let's see. Two string pad end. I don't know what that's about. Yeah, as long as I'm not in CSS, then I got a fighting chance. Is later to uppercase. Ooh, to locale uppercase. Oh no, is uppercase. Much cooler using to locale. Loving it. Ooh, this is definitely some fancy stuff here. Doing a recursive one. Wacky, wacky stuff. But now that I've completed a Code Wars, we should see my number go from 3 to like 10 or something. And this is what we were building for the most of the first half of the stream, Mamba Dev, this little Code Wars leaderboard. And as we see, it went up. A little next app I've been working on. Because Code Wars, fun fact, does not have a basic leaderboard. Yeah, I know, most people move on to Elite Code and stuff, but I mean, you just gotta go up to like higher difficulties Code Wars. You basically get the Elite Code problems anyway. Yeah. I'm kind of cool with both. I guess the recency bias is making me love Elite Code for sure. Hey, there you go, Robodom. Did you get that fizz buzz done? I think it's actually complete. Task. Hey, boom. Boom, bada bang. All the task said was for 1 hour work on it, right? I'll keep my mouth zipped. Zips the word. I say nothing. Hey, that's good. One hour at a time. That's all that matters. 2019, 2020, now 22. Hey, there you go, Mamba. That's all that matters. I think I joined maybe in 2017. Didn't really do. I did like one problem back then. Didn't really do Code Wars until this year. Yeah, it's definitely one, you know. Oh, let's check out Test Done. Oh, old usernames, huh? Clan Mamba Software. Clan of your own, eh? Yeah, rank that. That's some pretty good, yeah. 52, probably some tough ones. Yeah, only you can see your completed solutions, that's for sure. Yeah. You're also the one who can see the last one you did, yeah. You were closer than you were before when you started, though, right, Robodom? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've been putting the grind on it a little bit. Got, what is this? 1,140 done. Caddis? Caddis. Huh. Maybe that's someone who authored? Not sure. I see a couple similar authors for sure. New UI sucks. Caddis, another platform. Yeah, they did update that UI like in the last month or two. Caddis Problem Archive. Programming problems to solve. I mean, never heard of it, but Code Wars, Hacker Rank, Caddis, Leak Code, all basically the same thing. Oh, you could sign up for your university. Represent and all that. That's cool. Contests. Oh, this thing's still going on. Neat. Huh, interesting. Top 10 in the UK. Yowza. Okay, you put. I see, yeah, so you're putting in the work over here now. You killer. Oh, we only see the top 8 countries. Where do you see the thing at? Rank list, there it is. I mean, still, this is some high looking scores. Must have took you a while for sure. Top 100 users. Love that. Oh, there it is, country rank list. Hey, I was worried I was going to be blind and just totally miss it. Yeah. Yeah, all the different rankings. Fortunately, they do not transfer, eh? 26. Is that the right same one? I'm blind. Steven. Yeah, Steven, look at, there you are. 197.0. To tell you what problems? Oh, just the score. That's nice. 26 though. Fastest total ratio difficulty. Let's just look at one real quick. Why did I click on the 6? I'm not I'm not looking at a 6.0 difficulty. Ooh, look, 1.9. Easy. Oh, 1.6. No, wrong one. Just here, see what it looks like. No, doesn't look good in dark mode. Gotta log in, that's cool. 2 lines, first line's A, output, go. Oh, okay, yeah, it's a little bit more elite code, because you output, not necessarily, maybe it's not output. Oh, you can download the files. Okay, that's a nice feature that none of these other ones really have. For the big inputs and outputs. I mean, I guess elite code technically has it, but it'd be nice if Codewars had something like that. Nice. Oh, and limit rankings, time rankings. Yeah, it seems a bit more professional for sure. Thanks for getting me on, and I'll have to check it out sometime. Yeah. The more people solve it, the lower the rank. Ah. Interesting. Yeah, there's no like if you go away, your rank could drop, which is literally what happened to you. Not even necessarily because people passing you, but because of the value of the completed things you completed went down. Interesting. Yeah, at least that's never heard of that kind of scoring system. At least I'm not familiar with its name. Yeah. But hey, it's definitely one to keep people active, you know? I can see the motivation keeping people from just doing what I did, which was gained like 4,000 and then chillax from there on. Yeah. Definitely interesting. But next, yeah, I'm going to do some Prisma. Heard Prisma was cool, so I figured I'd turn this into a thing. How do I get on my leaderboard? Okay, so this is a leaderboard for the, well, so it's not like it's not a leaderboard of the entire site. I think they got there that. This is a, for like 100 devs, a leaderboard. So if you join the clan, which I guess you have to change yours to this thing, then you would be on the leaderboard, and, I mean, actually, you'd probably be pretty high if you joined. I don't know if my app can handle you joining right now and show you instantly, but with a rerun of the data, it would. Yes, you have 450. So yeah, you would be. Where is it? I know how to do these numbers. Yeah, you'd still be pretty high. Yeah, honor. I'm going backwards. Higher is better. Yeah, you want more honor. No, it's not a golf thing. The more honor, so honor represents how many. So it's not weighted points like that. The more. Oh yeah, the ranking. Yeah, you want lower rank. I know it's confusing. You want more honor but less rank, because it's from 8 to 1. 1's the best. So that's why you see all 3s up here, and then it turns to 4s. How do you see your honor? So I think it's literally right here, 450. Yeah, you have 450. It's here and it's here. It's a combination, like you get 2 honor. So for like certain problems, then for the yellow ones you get 8 honor. So for each difficulty rank you go up, you get essentially double the honor, all the way up to like 128 or 256 for the big ones. I mean, yeah, that's how you can see sometimes you got 2s below and above updated username. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, so I guess where you would be 450. At least in the 100 devs community, you'd be around 735th. So yeah, I mean that's still like there are 3,000 in this particular Codewars thing. So Top 10. Oh, jeez. I mean, you can do it. Most of the top 10ers are kind of just gliding along. I mean, let's look at the graph. At least for the last month. Let's look at the graph for last month. So from 3,500 to... Yeah, in the last 22 days, there's only been like about 800 changes. 800 solves, about 5 points each. Yeah. You're not wrong. Like, there's a lot more I could have gotten from this, but all I really cared about was the honor and the ranking. So, like, you could do individuals, because it's weird. There are two things that influence you, honor and score. Score determines your rank, which you gain a different amount of score for each kata solved, while honor just determines where you are on this list. So it's a little weird of a system, but it works, I guess. You come back in a year, it's gonna be like, surprise! Yeah. Also, if you hadn't done it before, like, when you do, so there's a free honor, basically. Whenever you solve one, and if you vote on like your satisfaction, you get 1 free honor. So I mean, if you've done that for 500 problems, you would have 500 more honor. Or no, you've done it for 50 problems, so you'd have 50 more honor. It's a little known secret. But yeah, you can just stealth it in there, being like, surprise! But yeah, MongoDB Prisma time. Let's figure this out. Okay, so this is what I want to do. I have on another window my MongoDB deployment. I gotta create some credentials. Add news. Who am I gonna call this? Codewars. And I don't want that on screen. I'm literally just getting there. I haven't gotten there that far, you know? Oh, I saw that executor of yours, Mamba. Yeah, definitely interesting. I feel like I'm probably going to use like some form of executor on my site, but it's definitely on my list for when I eventually get around to it. Yeah, there's the JavaScript one. Definitely get there eventually, Mamba. Yeah, DN Bull, I'm getting the credentials for it like right now. I went to the tutorial. I went to this page and I'm like, okay, I gotta get me credentials now. So if I just take that, gotta add privileges. Fun fact, y'all, this is how you restrict users to only certain things. So you're like, yeah, you can read and write on what database? And on what database? Oh, yeah. Oh, fancy Mamba. Yeah, I would not be surprised at all. What do I call this thing? Clan member changes. It's a great name. Yep, that looks good to me. There we go. Yeah, it's doing all that. Again, don't really care if you see the URL because you can't use that without credentials. So let's copy this. And we're just going to work on adding to the database in an appropriate manner because this one, my Codewars scripts, is still going to be the one that does all the database management. It's going to be weird, but I'm going to import this from the front end for my static stuff because it's easier that way. So cloak, hide secrets. env file, and this will be, so it's, I'm actually going to look at these docs. Database URL, I'll call it that. Paste. I have to fill that in actually, so typey. There we go. Hide secrets again. You see nothing. I guess I'll just use provider. That's going to be hard-coded because I ain't about to write 2 different Prisma things. Okay, so this is like how you do the Mongo thing, which is cool. Yeah, where's the beginning though? Because I ain't about there. Yeah, getting started. Welcome to Prism. Technically, it's an existing Mongo. I probably need a quick start too. Start a project. Nope, ain't doing that. So I have the Mongo. There it is, the magic command. The clan 100 devs. It's actually more than just 100 devs, weirdly. It's this entire string here. And you can probably just copy it from my profile, but easier. There you go. So yeah, you can just copy it from my thing up there. Right there. And yeah, you'll know if you're in it if you see some of these familiar names at the top. Me, Motherboard, Monkus, Dogma. If you see those, you're in the right one. Because I don't know if you know, the Code Wars, if there are more than 500 people in a clan, your view of the leaderboard on the official site is not accurate. That's why my website exists, to get accurate leaderboard. That's not the command I wanted. Well, I can probably ditch that tab now. There it is. There's the command. I made it. So, save Prisma. Invoke the Prisma CLI. Creating with the following command. Yeah, it's going to take a moment, I suppose. Lots of things to install. Yeah, also got all that stuff to do, but we'll do the database first because I just want to get it at least done. Maybe not polished. So this over here is essentially, so it's Next.js is the front end, but since this is where my script that does the actual downloading is, it's in this other project. So technically this is just Node.js, but it will be Next.js once I get it on the front end. Okay, I did it. So, Monster153, hope your day is going well. Prisma.schema. I did install the extension, Prisma.js, database URL. Set that to MongoDB. Run db pull to turn your schema to a Prisma schema. Huh. Look at those instructions. I see the pretty colors. Very pretty colors. Prisma db pull. My database got like a whole bunch of junk in it. Wait, my account only has access to one thing. Let's run it. Oh, npx. Just YOLO. See what happens. Explosion. Database must be defined in the connection string of the database URL. Understandable. So if I look at my env file, okay, that's a good. I should probably. So it did mention something on one of the Mongo things about how to do that. Let's read. I know I didn't want to read. It's probably in here. Connect my database. Yeah. So it's /database. Name of the database. Okay, very cool. Drag this over because y'all can't see that. Show secrets. Oh, there we go. Yep, it's got no database name. The database name is Code Wars. Now I hide secrets. Okay, let's see if those work. There's nothing in the database. This is going to be real awkward for it. Error in connection. User is not allowed to do action. List collection. I have failed at making permissions. Database access. So the user Code Wars can read and write on the Code Wars in that collection. I probably need to create it. That's why it's angry. So let's actually create the collection and the database. Because no wonder you can't read nothing. There's nothing in there. So create a database. Codewars. Ah, great. I probably have it in my to-do list. There we go. Amazing collection name. It's not how paste is supposed to. Well, stop. There we go. I don't know what that means. I'm not going to do it. If you have a project on a repository and you have the same project on another repository and want to merge them, how would you go about it? That is a good one there, Monster. So essentially merging two different repositories. It's a good question. So like right now, mine are two different. They're just not touching each other, but I see what you mean. There are two approaches. I know there's one way where you can like merge a repository as a subfolder. That's like a fancy way. But I would probably go through, if you want to merge A to B, so you gotta add it as a remote, it looks like. If this uses a GitHub URL instead, maybe. You gotta fetch it, then you have to merge, allow unrelated history. So that looks like the magical flag. The merge, add unrelated, allow unrelated histories. Oh look, and right here's the subdirectory I was talking about. So you do this thing if you want to put the second one in a folder inside of the first one. Yeah, those are the two ways I would go. Submodules are crazy. I mean, you can do submodules, but they're still separate repos. Subtree merge, that's what the top one suggested. Okay, that's all they're suggesting again. Yeah, it looks like you got submodules, you got adding it as a folder to your repo, so the subtree merge, or you got literally merging them together. Now, if they have same file names, then obviously directly merging them would not work because they're two index.js files, they're going to conflict. So yeah, probably your subdirectory way is the way I would go, Monster. I have not needed to do this too often, though. So that's why I just went straight to the answer. Like, they know what's going on. I don't. There we go. Here's a collection. Let's create myself a document. So we got insert document. I guess I gotta create a dummy one for it to realize stuff. Username. Bob is a good name. Add field after username. Win. I don't want a string. I want. Do we not have timestamp? Huh. Goldfish memory. I don't know what a timestamp is. Is it just a number? The idea was to download one of the repository and then create a new branch on the other and override the code in the new one with the downloaded one and then merge requests like say the contents. Okay, yeah, that's actually a I didn't. So yeah, they do have conflicting file changes then. And if the point is to do the merge, then so that does sound right. The fact that they have unrelated history might, you know, that does sound like the best approach. Otherwise, so this will keep both histories intact and all that. Another way, if that's the goal, is to literally and like physically take the new stuff and copy the new files over to it, literally overwriting them. You would lose your commit history, but it would give you the same thing. You can see the merge changes. I think that's what they may be suggesting, RoboDom, just to bring the second one in as a branch, and then now that they're basically two branches, merge them into one. Tough. Yeah, DM Bull, I don't do it enough to have a proper solution. But your idea, Monster, was a little bit better than mine, since I thought there were two separate code bases that live side by side, but they're two different versions, essentially, of one code base. Yeah, I definitely go with yours. Here's an example. So, like, before you catch anything on fire, the great thing about it is that you can make a physical copy of the repository, and then as you add your Git, add them as remotes and pull. Like, when it goes wrong, you're just like, that didn't go work. that didn't work well, delete that folder, make another copy, try another approach at it. That's a great thing about Git and all that. Or it's literally just making a copy of the folder at this point. You can try an approach, see if it works, and don't restart and do it again. Timestamp. I'll just use a timestamp. I don't know what this means. I prefer a date, but timestamp is good for me. When is 0? Love me a 0. Honor. This is a lovely string. What's a number? Oh, there's a date here. Oh, that's okay. I mean, not even I would be, not even I would think I'm gonna get it right in the first time for sure. Like, I'd be like, okay, this is what we're gonna go with, and then if it works, it works. If it don't, it don't. Date versus date time. Let's see what these things are. Why did you have to make 2 of them, MongoDB? Best format to store date is the date object. Timestamps. Oh, there, the internal. It's the number. It sounds like there's a fair amount of overlap DMable, hence the mention of a merge conflict to see what changed, but yeah, that's a good question. Okay, so I guess I'm supposed to use a date here. And then honor, which is just integer 32. I don't need that much precision. This is not date format. Oh, okay. New date. Whoa, Pink Star. Hey. Thanks for coming on by. It's been a while. I was hoping you were okay. Thanks for the subscription. We over here, converting our 700 JSON files into a MongoDB database using Prisma for our Codewars Leaderboard. How has your day, night, month, how's it been going, Pink Star? Yeah, Pink Star, I was getting a little worried. I was like, I guess they're busy being busy, you know? I didn't see any of them. Yeah, I think they are talking to you, Monster. Alright, that is the approach. Hey, yeah. Yeah, so like what we got working just recently, Pink Star, is this leaderboard. It exists, but now it's live. Hey, I'm glad to hear it, Pink Star. Glad to hear it. Yeah, now we're figuring out Mongo dates. New date, this format. Okay, great. I'll copy and paste it. I don't think I need it. 2022, month, 0622. Are you cool with that? This is not a valid date format. Maybe I have to use the string. There we go. Mongo loves it. Yeah. Taking a little break. Well, that's good. I mean, we've been taking a break for the last 1.5 weeks here, too. Yeah. Yeah, gotta have our breaks. Bob Coder. I think this is what we want. Yeah, Pink Star. Glad to see you're back, even if just a little bit, you know. So yeah, username, when, honor, rank. One more thing. Rank to Caillou. I guess it's 2 Caillou right now. Insert. MongoDB. Now you ran the magic command. Do the magic command. User not allowed to list collection on Codewars dot. How do I specify structure? Okay, specify collection. Yeah, in that case, monster, I'd definitely go with what, with D and Bull's suggestion. Default DB, auth source admin, username at password, host, options. Okay, connection string options. Name, okay, so key value, I love that. Connection options. Okay, lots of different settings. I don't know what I want. The same way you, yeah, it's effectively, I believe, mostly the same way. Same way you mentioned, monster. Okay, so I was all like, don't give it permission too much, but I guess I will. Go to my other tab, just give it all the permissions. You know, I was trying to be fancy and be like, ooh, accounts for different things, but I will figure out authentication on my own. So yeah, we will ditch this, read and write to any database. Enjoy. What's that? Well, what? Okay, a break from one thing is not a break from everything, right, Pink Star? Still have to keep busy, it sounds. Run the magic command. User is not allowed to do action. List collection on Codewars. Oh, we have to wait for it. Okay. Do. Okay, in the meantime, well, actually, this is supposed to do the thing, so, can't do nothing until this happens. Done yet? Oh, it did it. It did the thing. Woo! Hey, look at that. It automatically figured out all these things are things. Amazing. It might have been quick for me to just write this out myself, but we here now. Time to follow that tutorial. Okay, tutorial. Connect. Add Prisma to an existing. Good, I did that. Connect my database. I have connected my database. Well, that's the thing, Monster. Like, when you make a copy of the project, like, even if it is a bad approach and it doesn't work, when you make a copy of it, then whatever changes you'll make on your local copy of that don't affect your actual, don't affect neither the repo on one GitHub, on the other GitHub repo, or your local repo. So if you mess it up, you can go back, make another copy of the original, and see if it works. So that's why, I mean, you're probably gonna burn it all down. Git is a little bit complicated. Like, it's a good plan, but at least me, I would mistype something and just be like, welp, it's all messed up. Either I reflog and do hard resets to figure it out, or I just make another copy. Oh, add a user to our user collection, add post, initializing Prisma. I kind of already did this. That's okay. We do this thingy, tweaking the schema. Add relation. Thankfully, I have no relations. It's not that scary. That's the whole point. Like, you have 3 copies in the universe. You got their original, you got what you're copying to, then you got your local. And until you do like a git push, you can't hurt nothing, you know? You can't hurt anything until you start pushing. Technically, you can't hurt anything until you do a push force. So even if you do a push and it's all messed up, you can do another push to fix the first one. It ain't that scary. Don't worry. I mean, there have been many projects where I like literally make a copy of it, and I'm just like, let's copy this folder. Let's say project name .backup, because I'm about to do some crazy stuff that I don't know if I can undo. Ooh, high security vulnerabilities. I guess I'll go ahead and run npm audit. Don't see those too often, folks. 3 high security. Okay, fix them, please. Oh, playwright is the one who's mixing up. Why, yeah, it'd be weird, playwright. Very uncool. Remove 45. It's a little spooky. Vulnerable versions of playwright core. Well, no more. Okay, so we got download clan stats. So this needs to happen, whatever. I'm gonna do some messing around. Back up your backups. That's right, RoboDom. That's what all repos are. They're just distributing 15 versions of your backups. No matter what happens, you're still good. So I'm gonna make a little cute function here. Sync function update right changes to right. Ooh, right clan stats. I forgot I still had this installed. Dangerously not save anything. Okay, DM Bull, we're not all experts like you, and I'll hold on. You absolute rebel. And they get paid for it too. Imagine that. Okay, let's import Prisma client. You know, I want to do this kind of on its own folder. Let's make its own folder for this. Database TS. Import Prisma client. Far from it. I don't believe you. Okay, right, clan stats. Yeah, and we'll read some clan stats. We don't have any. Oh, create a new Prisma client. Sure. Ooh, find one, huh? Okay, well, I'm not doing that. It's not Prisma clan. Oh wait, this is where the TypeScript is supposed to happen, right? TypeScript. Type. Let me follow the instruction. Await Prisma connect. Okay. Await Prisma. Yeah, it was like, okay, I'm not following the tutorial. I'm following Copilot. And then Copilot was like, you don't need to connect apparently. So let me figure this out. Prisma.user.findMany. I mean, that is kind of what I want to do. It's clan member change. Ooh, this is the TypeScript stuff that y'all are hyping about. The statically generated TypeScript magic. Find many. I just want to find them all. Thank you very much. All the changes. Console log changes. TypeScript for the win. Yeah. npx ts node source database. Probably got to call this at some point. Console error if things go that bad. Moment of truth. Hey, would you look at that? I'm reading from the database. Magic. Okay, so that's cool. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm expecting. Right data dot create. I might as well go for one of them too, just so I can see what incarnation this does. Isma. Well, thank you, VS Code. Prisma. Not disconnect. I mean, I guess we'll disconnect eventually. Copilot really wants me to disconnect. Oh, let's see if we can ask Copilot to do this. Create new clan. Let's do it, Copilot. Do it, Copilot. We believe in you. Yeah, it's like, no, we connect, we enter, that's it. Hey, would you look at that? I mean, Copilot, it did the thing we wanted, right? Oh, let's see. Add missing. Oh, what do you want to say? Add missing. I don't know what that means. Oh, okay. You're lost, Copilot. Add missing fields. Do the thing. Oh, it knows. Well, that's not a missing field. Make another comment. Add more missing fields. It said it. Well, we're just going along for the ride at this point. Oh no. It's an infinite loop. Clan member change ID. Where'd you get that from? It's fun to mess with. I will definitely mention it. It's fun to mess with this. I broke it. Keep tabbing. I mean, I did keep tabbing. It just kept giving me weird stuff. But I am liking this, which like I could give it Mongoose. I could fight Mongoose to define these schemas, but it knows that I'm missing the right thing. Where I'm like when, so it knows, and you know to date. What's the result of this? Cost res equals wait. What is a res? Clan member changes. So did I get my created always? I don't know. Are we gonna start trusting this thing blindly now? That ain't what I signed up for. Okay, it literally returns the created object. I'm sure on SQL you might have to do some work maybe, or maybe Prisma does that for us. Is that an always? Oh yeah, because I'm using Mongo, the types are probably that way automatically. Yeah, because I know on SQL, when you insert, you don't necessarily always get the same thing back because things have IDs, but I don't have to worry about that because the types. That's cool, DM Bull. Yeah, I just didn't know if it would be, yeah, and with the SQL, but it's not always returned. Like, I know on SQLite, if you're using the good old SQLite, the file-based one, you don't always get the ID necessarily back. Didn't know if that was Prisma could handle that, but yeah, I imagine it's just giving me Mongo specific since it all like generated or whatever. Where did it generate? I guess I don't need to worry. It just generated in the magic. Yeah. I know you can do it with Mongo, but I'm like, because I was expecting maybe like an optional clan member changes, but no, it gave me an absolute. Sorry. Oh, okay. I'm lost. We're not using it. I'm tearing it apart now. This is what it generated, huh? Clan member changes. Clan member changes. Delegate. Find unique. Why would it generate all this? Huh? Oh, .prisma.client. Interesting. Huh? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Give me a little interface. Huh. I know, DMBull. I'm just like, I'm pulling back the curtain. How are they doing this magic stuff? It's pretty. It's definitely impressive, that's for sure. Okay, TypeScript, you did the job. You did the thing. Now we gotta actually start using this for good, right? Okay, so let us go back to my to-do list since this connection is magically working now. So yeah, because I got some old data. I do that at work and see about, yeah, it's interesting because it's like, because what happens is I think, how would I do that? Like, how are they doing that? So I know how I would do that, you know? Okay, so this is our database. In addition, we're also going to be optimizing this data. So first we're going to be adding a script that takes our JSON and shoves it in the database. And then additionally, there's going to be an option when we actually download the stats for it to use our database. Then lastly, we're going to be doing this stuff. I don't know if we'll be doing this stuff or we'll just be lazy and creating another collection of like daily clan member changes. It depends on how confident I feel in being able to manipulate Prisma to do what I want. So first, add JSON to DB script. Let's get that working. I guess that's this one right here. We got all this data here, and we're just going to shove it straight in the database. So we have a file over here about reading. One of these are readers. Not download clan stats probably. Oh no, calculate. The calculator. Yeah, this one reads. Nope. Ah, the formatter. It's like one of these files have what I want. Okay, I guess none of them have what I want. That's okay. Okay, so we want to get fs and path in here. Fs from fs, import path from path. Great, all the stuff's imported. We want all the stuff in clan output. Very amazing path. Clan output path. We're going to assume it exists. All the stuff happens. And the reader. Lovely. Clan output path, file names. Lovely. Hey, Gallic. Thanks for coming on by. Yeah, I am doing well today. Getting some Prisma MongoDB shenanigans. I'll say const times equals, I guess we'll be every time, but file name of file names dot sort A, B. I think we'll sort them by strings. The magic will happen. We want one Prisma client. I hope your day's been going good, Gallic. Return the disconnect. And this is going to be a raw insert, not a smart one. Here we go. So for file name of file name, so we're going to say const new clan member change, or just clan. I guess we do need to parse it. So const. Oh, thank you, Copilot. It really tried. Oh, that's the next file. It's being angry. Buffer is not assignable. Glad to know. I have to call toString for reasons. Await has no effect because I need parentheses. Boom. Hey, kick push game. Hope it's going well. That's okay, Gallic. It's a little progress at a time. Sometimes you gotta take breaks, you know? Hey, just a little bit every day. That's all we need. Consistency. It's a marathon, not a sprint, right, folks? And yeah, kick push. That's the task tracker. If you just want to hang out and co-work. Gotta think thoughts now. Have to look at the data. Ugh, the spooky data. There it is. So, rank, username, honor. I assume they're all in the clan. That's another thing that we're dropping. We're dropping clan from the data. Rank, username, and honor. Okay, so because this is that logic, I'm implementing it efficiently. Hey, glad to hear kick push game. Glad to hear it. We're over here moving our 700.json files into a real database. Users. There we go. So this will be for const user of users. Iterate on that. Well, that's a big iteration. This script's going to take eternity to load. Let's comment this out before I accidentally run this. Const new change equals. We're not doing an update, but we do have a type here. Like Codewars. What is it? Clan member changes. Ooh, I love that free type definition, huh? Oh, it wants me to give an ID. Well, I'm not going to make an ID. So what's the create type? I will use that. Clan member changes create args. So that is what I want. Ah, there it is. Clan member changes create input. That's what I want. Really want. And I don't get. Glad to hear it. Okay, I'm being too picky at this point. We'll just be a part. No, we'll use an omit, right? Omit, that's the thing. ID. That's what we do, right? Hey, exactly, that's what. I know TypeScript. Add missing properties. Lovely. New date. And that new date is file name dot. Oh, you know it, don't you, Copilot? Epoch. I'll just call it epoch, right? Cost epoch equals. Oh, you look. You even know to turn it to a number. Good, Copilot. Now honor is user honor. You know what it is. User rank, and we're being very explicit. It don't matter. Okay, I think this is good. Here's the thing. There is like a real small chance that if user dot rank or honor equals null continue, because that did happen for a period of time in the data, so we got to handle those. And now we have the new change. Now this is where stuff gets happening. So on my to-do, I've described the logic I need to implement. If the last two entries for username have identical honor and rank, instead of creating a new entry, update the latest. Now for those who are like, what's that mean? So essentially, say you have all these entries here, and then there's a change, and then there's more entries here. So the line drawn from that data is this. So all these entries here are extra. Sure, they're good to have, but they have no impact. You can interpolate this from you want. So my plan is to get rid of all of these boring data points that don't provide value. So that's where the logic of, as I create them, if I can find two that are of the exact same data, so I couldn't on that case, but on this case I could. I found 1, 2 that are all identical, completely identical. Then what I do is I take the last one and I delete it. Or I be smart, and instead of deleting it, I update the last one to be this one or something anyway, so that there's no middle points. I think I'm going to still keep all this old data just in case I mess this up, because I know I will. But that's the optimization that, since I'm going database, going full database. So the goal here is I need to query all of the things that have the same username and have a when less than what I'm adding, which should be all of them, but paranoia. Sort that by when, and then limit that to 2. Let's see how I gotta do that in Prisma. Const previous 2. Await Prisma clan member changes. Find many args. Okay. Probably should have read this. Find many. Include, so that's a relational. I ain't doing relational yet. Find many, include. Next steps. Let's read this. Prisma Studio. I'll learn that eventually. Okay, so we have arguments here. We have skip take. So take is kind of something I'll be doing. Take 2. Because it read my to-do list. Yeah. Take 2. Order by when descending. So this is the cool thing about Copilot. It reads your files. Where? Oh, you're going to tell me the right username, aren't you? Yeah. I swear, Dean Bull, or if anyone or whoever was listening, this thing has a microphone. It hears what I says sometimes. Where, when, less than. See, like, I said that aloud almost. You know, it's crazy how much this thing can contextually figure it out. But hey, this is good. I didn't have to learn. I know it. I'm partially joking, but I didn't really specify. I specified nothing about choosing only older entries here, so I don't know. It figured it out, and I'm happy for it. But ooh, it just gives me that feeling. You know, like, how'd you do that? So where, when? Yeah, Garlic. I mean, it's for me as it is for you. I gotta know what I'm talking about, and you are rubber ducks. You know? Also helps to see what I'm thinking of. Yeah, I think that's what it did to DM Bull, because every time I go somewhere, click somewhere, it sees all the previous content, so yeah, I assume that's what it really was. But I didn't say anything about this, except with my words, so ooh, spooky, you know? So take 2. So yeah, I'm just going to assume this does it correctly. Now, I don't have anything in the database for this particular thing to happen. And I'm not going to, flood my database, so I'm going to add, 2 break statements. Yeah! Essentially, so this is where I'd be, doing a test case or whatever. But I'm test casing it live, basically. And I know there's some Prisma ways to test, but I ain't about to do that. So console log previous 2. So thing is, I need to see what this one is. So we need to check the length, right? So if previous 2 dot length is not equal, or if it's not equal to 2, then we're just going to straight on insert this stuff here. Then we're inserting Prisma.clan member changes, create data new change. Love me that. Yeah, I know, Dimble, that's how it felt, you know. I mean, it's not going to take, like, what? I mean, it's Microsoft. They have speech recognition software. It wouldn't take that much, just, like, look, this is a new feature, folks. You can speak your code aloud. Ooh. I'm also going to add a conditional that if the username is not Rascal2, we ain't doing this. Because I will be the guinea pig for the data. Yep, so if username ain't Rascal2, toodaloo. If it ain't, if you got no honor, toodaloo. So this should add 1, and then 2. And we'll add a continue here. Speak your code out loud. I mean, that's the next thing. That's all they're missing, right? Is to be able to verbalize your code. Like, okay, computer, do all the cool stuff. So that's not a JSON file, is it? Okay, if my file ends with JSON. You see, it knew. Like, what? Can you read error messages now? Like, how did you know? How did it know? Yeah, for sure, Robodom. It just, I don't know. At least for me, it's like my brain thinks about things differently when they actually get out into the world. So it's either just speaking it aloud, writing it as comments, just getting the concept out of my head makes me think about it more. So I don't know what's going on here. Is stuff in my database though? Did I finally get something in my database? Yeah, Bull. That does the trick. Oh look, there's stuff. It's in the database. Bob's in the database. We can delete Bob though. Goodbye, Bob. I'm in the database. It's a weird time though. 3:16, 4:56. I don't know what that is about. Yeah, yell him out. That's why we ain't getting through it, huh? We ain't yelling enough, Robodom. Did we add another? I'll hit the refresh button. Hey, added another. Did I add the same one though? It did add the same one. Okay, so very tempted to get distracted and figure out how to add unique things, but I don't care. Cost already, basically, if already exists, Prisma clan find 1, find unique. Is that what you all call find 1? Find 0 or 1. Okay, cool. So find where. Well, that's exactly what I'm looking for. So if it already exists, then continue. You done goofed. Control Shift I. Yeah, so if I found where when equals new date epoch is not assignable to where unique and pop. Oh, username is any. That's why you're angry, huh? As string. What do you want? Oh, you only want IDs. Uh-huh. Okay, so I guess I have to be like find first. Okay, that's cool. Hey, you go for it, DM Bull. Good job getting it done. The end of a 5-hour ticket, or the one after, which either. Yeah, man, knock out that workout. Get you on the end. I'll report my Prisma success to you soon. Find first. Yeah, that's something or undefined. Lovely. Yes, you already got 2 of the same in there. Let's delete a 1. I think I just make another query. That'll show me all the stuff, right? 1 of 1. Shall we console log this stuff? Okay, let's see what's really going on now. Okay, so it went through, it created the thing. Previous length is not equal to 2. Like something just got cancelled. We called it create there, and then we continued on. Hey, Pink Star, thanks for the hydrate. There we go. Let's see why this ain't doing what I want anymore. The previous length is not 2. It does the creation, and then it continues. I guess I don't want double break. Sure. Maybe I was doing too many breaks. Because continue takes us back to the beginning of the loop. I don't know. I just don't want this to run 5,000. It is, yep, classic H2O. Nothing fancy, you know? Nothing fancy at all. Maybe I will not do this. I'll just slice to be like, hey, you only get 1. Oh, look, you know exactly what I want. Yeah, Pinkster, guys, stay healthy. I always appreciate it. What if I only look at the first 3 files, right? Maybe that's what I want. Ice water or room temp. It was ice water when I got it. It's slowly making its way to room temp. Slowly but surely. Team Ice Water, yeah, keep it cool. So we got 2 things in the database. Now stuff happens. I guess we'll do it. Run one more time. Yeah, it's freezing. Did we just create more stuff? Okay, so it's not creating stuff. It only creates stuff on that line. Okay, so this is where the logic begins. Yeah, all ice water here, huh? What if Leon did a poll? It'd be like 95%. We're all ice water, folks. Okay, so if it's not 2, just shove it in the database. Otherwise, if it is 2, gotta do other stuff. And that's cool. We still love you, Pink Star. Nah, yeah. I mean, I'm cool with room temp. Ice water eventually gets to room temp anyway, so it's inevitable. So our logic here, let me figure out my logic. So we have 3 dots. If the last 2, if all these things are equal. Let's imagine we have 3 changing ones. They're all not equal. We continue adding a new point wherever it goes. So it's basically if all equal. So it's if all equal. Okay, I don't know why that's the reason. So const all equal equals previous to every. Oh, okay. Let's watch Go Pilot Go. Yeah, Go Pilot. Yeah, water is water. Okay, so we have a change honor equals previous to. So the only difference is that I'm not checking previous to. I'm checking new change. There we go. So this is essentially if all 3 of them are equal. Now this is where the logic happens, where I read my to-do list because I forgot the logic. Bottle or filtered. From the tap. I mean, it's unfortunately I don't have too bad of tap water around here. Identical honor and rank. Update the latest. Okay, so if they are all equal, then I take the last one. This is where I gotta do ordering, right? Well, if not all equal. So if they're not all equal, then figure out the logic. Dot, 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 dot. So if just these 2, then I'll always want to add. No, it's when I'm going forward. Yeah, because these 2 means this is where I'm at. This is where I'm going. Sorry, I had to figure that logic out real quick. So if they're not all equal, create the thing. Yeah, that's about it, Rubodom. Whatever is in my hand. What's my favorite drink? But whatever's in my hand. If they're not all equal, we do that. Continue back to the loop. If they are all equal, this is where I console log, because I don't know how if they ordered it correctly. All equal, previous to. Gotta figure out the dates. Dang, pink star. Yeah, that it depends where you live, you know. Man, I can't imagine not even being able to cook with it. There is we do have, unfortunately, have some hard water on some of them, so it's not good best water, but there is hard water or calcium, calite, whatever that's called. So it's not the best, but it's fortunately drinkable. I did something wrong here. It didn't do what I wanted. Do what I want, I tell you. The previous two, right here. Let's run it again. Run it back. So we have our two things in the database. Oh, I'm querying to slice of 3. No wonder we're not going to see anything. Gotta go to 4. I won't know till I actually. So all these things are getting stopped on the I literally already saw you before. Okay, there we go. Okay, logic. So all are equal. Now here's the important part. How are they ordered? So 0 is my brain's hurting on this one. Hold on. Because I need them to. And what's when do? Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, when did when? Where, username, and when? Oh, when is less than. Yeah, that's very cool. Loving that. LTE, less than or equal to. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not that bad where we live. I can't imagine it being that bad, though. You can't even really wash clothes in it either. It just messes it up. You end up putting it in the clothes than rather taking all this other stuff out. So descending. So I want the oldest first. So yeah, I do want it descending because those are the two I want, the latest and the second latest. So 0 is the latest. Okay, this is it. So if they're not equal, otherwise they are equal. Then I take the latest one. Await Prisma. Client number changes. Update. We're updating 1. What are we updating? Okay, tell me what it is, Copilot. Update where ID equals previous. Data equals new data. Well, yeah, it's technically all the new things. Oh, you know what I want. You know what I really, really want. Okay, so this is good looking data. Let's see. So we have 4 and 5. So the 50950 should change. Boom, 50950 went to 616. BEA, beautiful. I think we're about to let it loose. Let's let it loose on my name at least. Only mine changes. Probably gotta do a little more testing, but maybe I should do some more logging on this. Because I just kind of showed a bunch of stuff in the database. Yeah, so I got 10 results, so we'll go from 361, 403, 404, 93, 93. Yep, so this is what we want to see. We want to see 2 of every identical honor. This is good. Now 501. Okay, this is what the data should look like. Let's trying to think how much data we have here. We have 700. So I want to let inserted. So I only want to insert 20 to be honest. Trying to think of thoughts. So if this or true, then we'll just insert 20. So it's going to be if not inserted return. So we're only going to insert 20 and we'll just see what happens. Before this though, we're going to clear the stuff out. Oh wait, no, not that. Await Prisma dot Plan dot delete all of them. Goodbye, everyone. Not need an argument. Delete all of them. Select has an ID. Okay, sure. Now what's wrong with you? Oh, it's select where. Select where all, sure. I mean, we'll probably console log this to see a count or a result for the deletion. Now let's give it a run. Yikes. Okay. Invalid delete invocation. Prisoner delete all is what I'm looking for. Wow, won't you let me delete everything? Do do do. Here it is. Add a button in the day did not care about a button. Is this the wrong issue? Delete all records from all tables. I just want it from one table. All properties. Delete many, and you don't pass it anything. So they don't pass it. Oh, it's delete many. It's because delete is for a singular. Gotcha. I understand it. Hey, Mamba Dev. Yeah, thanks for coming on by. I'll catch you later. If catch you next stream, next Dev Wars, next something. We'll see each other for sure. Thanks for coming on by. I'll definitely check out that Caddis site in the meantime. Okay, this is like way more than 100 or like 20 or whatever. Let's stop that. That was way too many database entries. Yeah, 1 through 20 of many. Okay, now we get to look at the data, and we should see a lot of duplication, though. 361, look, there are like 4 361s. Then 403. Okay, so actually, I'm going to need an example to make sure this is working. Here we go, 493. Oh, of course, that's the one that didn't do anything on. Keep going. Actually, I did insert. Oh, I just deleted 80. Thanks. Well, too late. Here's my logic here. Here's my logic. It's after the continue statement. Yeah, I'm still running this first 20. This is just testing in production, as y'all say. Just wanting to see if this is working as I expect. Okay, so those 493s are a good example. I want to use an easier one. 361. So my first 361 should be, I'm literally just going to copy it. I don't trust me to remember this. So that's first 361. My last 361 should be right here. So now, oh, I don't want to save the file though. VS Code, no. Stop it. So now, let's go ahead and leave that logic there. Or true. No, let's not do that. So I'm only going to want to insert 20 items. Let's see how far we get this time. We had a lot further, because technically this is what, like 20 items is what, 10 changes? Boom, okay, so we got a lot more in there. Let's see if we actually got what we wanted though. So first, 456, 94. 11 that. Last, 633, 25. Oh. That's not right. Okay, figure this out. So if they're not all equal, and we create a new one. Otherwise, we update the previous one, and 0 is the latest, to set his date to now. Okay, so this is why we debug things. We make sure they're supposed to be what they're supposed to be. 633.25. 20.27. Okay, let's go back to the old code. So we insert them all, clear them all. Oh, I think I just saw something. Continue. Don't know what that was doing, but I think that was a bug. Continue. Gets one more purge. Oh, gotta remove that. All over the place here, but we're getting there. We are getting there. Just realized I had that turned off. My bad. Okay, loving that. Now we should see all of them. So 456 and 633. 456, 633. There we go. Good numbers. Now if we say oh, that's it. That's working. Hey, there we go. So I had a weird thing that I wasn't continuing, so it was always updating the last thing. Fixed it though. And now what we should see is 456 and 633, and that's exactly what we are saying. Stonks. We are working this. Now, theoretically, nothing should stop me from essentially keeping this thing going forever. Let's look at this output actually. Yeah, it's literally the last two. So I'm realizing this probably could be made more efficient. So I'm just asking for the last two, and I'm checking if they're the same. Instead, I can ask for the last two that are the same. Hold on, though. If I do that, though, so I have a dot, and a dot, and a dot, and a dot. If I ask the last two that are the same, will it give me these two, or will it give me this one? That's a good question. Because I'm saying take two, but is that just going to look at the last two and try to filter on them? So I don't really know where the filter happens. Does the filtration happen from here onward? Or does it first get all the ones that match and then take two from it? I'm trying to figure out the order of Prisma. Probably can read this somewhere. Find MIDI. Find 0 or member that matches the filter. Let's find the docs. The docs should know. And yes, I could make up some data set to prove this, but if it's not in the docs, I'm not really caring about it, because this does work, even though it's extra database hits. We're not creating, I'm reading. Single record, yeah, find unique, loving that. Time period, loving that. Okay, the first that matches specific criteria. So it first orders, and then it returns the first in the descending order that matches the query. Okay, so I think this is the best we're going to get. I know what I'm asking for. Don't really know if Prisma can do that, / I know how to tell Prisma to do that. Okay, this is it for me. If previous to length equals 2, or not all equal, then we will be creating our new stuff. Otherwise, we are inserting our new stuff. And again, we do one more test of this to make sure our data is being happy. Although every and not every is just saying some. So if some of them don't have an honor that equals my honor. So if either your honor or rank are different, I'll put the R back. Yep, so if either of your two don't match me, which means you don't match each other either, I think we'll find out. Is Prisma similar to Sequelize? So it is, in what I'm learning about it, it is similar to Sequelize, though it also does a lot more for you. So I believe Sequelize, you have to define, because I've used Sequelize in the past, you have to define with JavaScript your models. Yeah, you have to define these in JavaScript manually. Hello. And the disadvantage of this is that these are also not type safe, like your autocomplete, your VS Code can't figure it out. But with Prisma, well, you do have to also define stuff. Of course, there are tools that auto-define stuff for you. The advantage is that when it generates like the code from the Prisma definition, it's completely type safe. So if you forget to add something, it'll be like, you forgot something. And even if you're not using TypeScript, it gives you those benefits of like, you forgot to add something before you even really run the code. So that's the main advantage Prisma has, I believe. I'm sure it does a bunch of other stuff. Like Sequelize, you can kind of use it with whatever database you want. I believe, I don't remember Sequelize having MongoDB support. Aha. Sequelize does not have MongoDB support, while Prisma does. I'm trying to think of anything else it does. Apparently it also does like some optimized stuff, full text search. Yeah, so it's got its own thing. There's also a built-in studio for this, which Sequelize doesn't have. I haven't really tried it though. So yeah, it's a lot like Sequelize, more TypeScript themed, more runtime security, plus MongoDB usages. Did I set my thing to 20? No, I didn't. We're censoring all the things. Yeah, I mean, if you just want MongoDB, you can use Express. If I just wanted MongoDB, I would just use MongoDB. You don't even need Express to get MongoDB. So yeah, you don't need Sequelize or Prisma or any ORM to just get MongoDB. But I wanted to learn it, you know, and I figured this would be a good time as any to learn it. Yeah, primarily the type safety without having to do anything. It's a good feature. Another one being I wanted to learn Prisma, so I'm like, I'll tack it on this project just to say that I have experience with it, just to gain experience with it, stuff like that. So it's a bit of a learning thing too. Hey, King 440, how are you doing? We over here doing database funness. Just putting all of our 700 JSON files into a lovely database. 456, 633. There we go. Okay, I think this is working, folks. Now for the console logs. So yeah, this is the already existing. This is previous to. We're just gonna say console log. Inserting a new change. Unequal operator looking like this. Ah, you mean this. So this is font ligatures. This is a feature of any font really, but it's you can add, so if you choose that font, it'll make anything where you do like not equals equals automatically turn into that one kind of symbol looking thing. It's still 3, but it changes the way it looks. And yeah, font ligatures. I think what font I'm specifically using, if you want to get the exact, is Fira Code or Fira Code, which also you turn on font ligatures here. So font family of Fira Code and font ligatures true should give you the magic. I think those are the only two that are really obvious. And yeah, if you need to install the font they have a GitHub with instructions on how to install it. It was relatively, apparently it's for programmers. I don't know, I guess I spent like 20 minutes one day figuring out which one I wanted. Hey, glitch will turn. Oh, nice. So it's not an extension necessarily. It's just it's a feature of fonts. So any font on anything, like Robodom says, if you're on glitch.com, it'll, like, if you have the font, it'll do it for you. Cascada Code. Fun new coding font. It comes with the terminal. Oh, it's the default font. I did not know that, King. Oh, it's got ligature support too. Fancy. Yeah, Robodom. And hey, E7CH3D Ched, I think. And no, I'm not running a System 76 machine. I'm just using the distro. Didn't want to deal with drivers. I was like, got a reinstall coming up. Might as well do it. Fira Code. I mean, Fira Code's got a lot more stars than Cascada Code. And if there's anything that tells you the quality of a project, it's how many GitHub stars they have. So, I don't know, King. You say, but it's got less numbers. I'm kidding. I'm sure it's great. I just honestly haven't cared. It's just old, eh? Hey, I mean, that's another thing that would do it too, huh? Yeah. It's more likely. Updating, so inserting, and then I want new change dot honor. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Let's see if I can install this real quick. Here's the thing, King. I probably won't even notice the difference. Cascada, mono. I want the ligatures. Can I just be like, font? Can you? Nope. Okay, I have to go to settings. Fira Code. Ooh, wow. Okay, it's italics. It's italicized. Okay, I'll spend a few minutes trying this. Ooh, it's a test drive. I assume there'd be a website like that. Hey, thanks for the suggestion there, Inadequate Dev. This is lovely resource, yeah. For sure. Well, it's very italicized. I will give it a shot. Whew, my eyes are already going on that one. I'll give it a few minutes. I won't judge it. The standard, italic, and cursive variant. Okay, how do I? What's wrong with that? Well, what do you mean? I set Cascada Code. Maybe I should need to install it. Maybe I don't have it actually installed and all that. Let me make sure to install the new version. Okay, it's a big honky file there apparently. Chugga 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 chugga. Probably have to extract it too, so. Where's the file name? Cascada Codes. There we go. Unzip. Oh, that's a lot of files. Dial up. Yeah, it's getting there. Great. TTF. How do I? Oh, look. Some of these look normal. Cascada Code TTF. There we go. I think I just, double click these to install. Mono. Do I need to install? Bold. Italic. Okay. Will this just work? So back to Fira Code. Cascada Code. Fira Code. Maybe we gotta do a reload. That's a unit of a font. I mean, yeah, it's a big folder. Let's get probably got like all variants in it or something else. Hey, Pink Star, yeah. Thanks for coming on by. I was glad to see you again. I hope your break has been well. Okay, just give me the text. I want to copy the text. No, give me the text to copy. No, I'll find it. Okay, let me just try bad stuff. Apparently bad stuff takes minutes. Maybe this is what happens. This italicization is default for when I cannot find a font. Right click the font file. They're like 50 font files. What are you talking about? Was there one font file? Nope, there's like 50 of them. WAF. Restart VS Code. I did a restart already. Nope, doesn't know how to install WAFs. I mean, let's do font, right? Literally make sure it's in here. Yeah, oh, I got all of them apparently. I got the light, the semi. Yeah, I got a fair amount of them installed. Font. Okay, where are my settings though? Text. Because if I can change my what do you call it? Text thing, then that should work for all of them. Yeah, for sure, Pink Star. Font. Accessibility. Oh, I don't want that. What did you take me here? Font. I know what I'm doing. Oh, I have to use tweaks. Okay, fonts. There it is. Interface. So literally just pick one of them, right? Fear of Sans. Cascada Code. That one looks good. I had Sans semi-bold. I mean, yeah, it seems to be working. Sans book. Yeah, so it's working here. Don't know why it's VS Code can't find it. Nope, that file's. Oh, really? Well, that kind of sucks. I think that's the whole point of that you can easily easily do the thing. Okay, this thing's dying. Code. Come on, computer, we believe in the computer. The whole point of being able to just do a reload is that it's good enough as a restart. Okay, let's paste her in there. Ah, would you look at that? Okay, there you go, King. Reload is not the equivalent of restart. Let's do side by side, at least for my eyes. Oh, yeah, I do see it is a bit more, yeah, this does look pretty alright. Makes them a little closer together, but yeah, I'll spend a few minutes with it, see how I like it. After I change my existing, no offense, I love you, I just want to go back to my original stuff. If it's cool on VS Code, I'll go back to the other one. Fear of Sans book, there we go. Bold, where is it? That's not what I wanted. Fear of Sans bold, there we go. Put that back, then we'll see how I like on the code. No, no. It's very, there's a difference. Like, the text is closer together. Plus, these lines, they have less white between them. I mean, I should be streaming like 1080p, so it should be noticeable. Yeah, it's very noticeable to me. Everything's much more squished together. But yeah, I mean, I guess perhaps they were inspired enough to be similar, or they were similar enough to be inspired and all of that. But yeah, I'll see how I like it. The East, they definitely look differently weird now. But yeah, we will. What we were doing? We're adding fonts apparently. We're doing CRUD. We're about to run this cool script, so we're updating. Previous. I don't know, but what do we call updating? Previous to 0 dot when. Okay, this is it. Time for the big run. Yeah, it's real subtle for sure. I mean, like I said, if I was going from a no font to this font, I'm sure there'd be a bigger difference. Another awesome font. Well, hold on, King. I can only use one font at a time. What do you expect me to do here? I can't use both of them. JetBrains Mono, huh? I mean, it's JetBrains. You figure they know a little bit what they're doing. At this point, I can't tell anymore. What happened here? Well, where'd all my data go? I had to stop inserting data. Oh, I did the return thing. Yeah. Okay, well, this should be fine. So this is another good test. I should be able to get all the way up to 320 without making any new changes. 316, 319. Uh-oh. Well, it has less spacing at least. Yeah, if you have it installed, Monster, changing the font in VS Code should work. You will have to restart, not reload your VS Code Monster if you recently installed it. If you're using the default font and changing it, that makes no difference, then it can't find the font. Okay, I think I'm gonna put these removal lines back in, because they were doing stuff. Put this deletion back in. So let's clear it all back out one more time. My paranoia's kicking up on me, you know? Oh, I want deleting back on. There we go. Ooh. Delete mini invocation is wrong. Conflicted with another operation. Uh-oh. Interesting. It was working before, but now it's not. You're saying I'm calling it delete. I'm not writing anything. Weird. Really weird. Okay, so we got to 839. So if I run it again, we should also get to 839. That's one sanity check I'm doing. And then if we do another one where we say we return right here, but we don't clear the database, that's the important part, we should have 0 insertions. 361 got inserted. Okay, we're gonna look at 361, see what just happened. Okay, I need to check where honors 361 because they're sequentially being returned to me. 361. Run. Okay, I see what's going on. Reverse a linked list. Oh, come on, kid. Okay, let's see what this one is. Reverse a linked list. I don't have it committed to memory, unfortunately. You know, we'll do this one and then we'll take our break. Because I think I have this logic working. There's some weird... Hold on, before I go running off, I gotta add some notes for me. Historical changes this previous to does logic is not existence. So this is basically, I'm trying to, before I go running off to elite code. The logic here is that, fortunately it's only for historical data, so I might not care about it. Yeah, not caring about it. Okay, reverse a linked list. Dun 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 dun. So I think I may have done this in JavaScript, or I may have done this in Python. Fortunately, for stream's sake, I don't remember it. So let's our list node val next. Okay. So reverse the entire linked list and make sure there's nothing weird about this. Okay, so I need to keep track of, sorry, got me the end of a break here, I'm trying to figure it out real quick. So we need to start off with essentially traversing through it, so while current, we need a current equals head, and eventually we will be returning current, that's right. And then we need a previous, and then we need the temporary one, which we'll always need. So then we'll let previous equals null. I don't even know if we need the temporary one, because that's only when we do the swap, right? Yeah, so we need the temporary one inside. So basically, while current and if I use current, no, current will be the end one. So this is what it's going to be. Current is always going to be here. So eventually when current is out here, I'll return previous right here. Okay, that part makes sense, I think. So this is where we do the swap, where we say const temp equals node next. So if I'm here, I'm going to put myself in the middle. Then temp becomes node next, and then node next, so this line becomes previous, which I have right here. So this loops back around to here, and then previous becomes this one, and this is where the temp comes back. The current node becomes this one, so we move forward to here. So those squiggles mean something, I promise. I promise the squiggles mean something, folks. So, the node... I'll also mess that up. Maybe I should name it node. Too late now, right? The current next equals previous. Previous... Prev equals next, which was current, which is current, yeah. It's because the next one from previous is the current one. Boy, this is going to be a horrible interview here, folks. And then current, I was going to update current equals temp. then we shouldn't. Return will eventually become null, so we'll have to return previous instead. Now let's see. It is next. Fortunately, I don't care about value, so let's see if we get that right. Maybe. Oh no, I don't want to submit. This is bad code. I hate. Ah, darn it. Okay, that was it then. Yeah, it was a scratcher there, King. I had to bring a lot of thinking to get back to it. I guess I really didn't see it previous to null at all then. So it's being reassigned anyway. A linked list of 2 though. I mean, I guess I passed the test, so. Passed the test. Yeah, it's a nice one. Good one to start our break on. As soon as we see how the elite warriors have done it better than I have. Come on, Spectrum Internet. We believe in ya. In place iterative and recursive. I mean, I guess mine was technically iterative, though it was a while loop. And it was in place. I didn't create a new one. So reverse list. So we said the next one, because the head next equals new head. Lerm. That was a good one. I assumed it was lurk. Hey, thanks for the lurk, Robodom. So next equals next. So yeah, they called it next, which I guess is a little more accurate than temp, though my brain didn't get that far. They also were able to get away without setting a previous. Maybe this is what allows them to not set the previous. Yeah, it's all good, Robodom. Let's look at the JavaScript solutions. JavaScript ain't even popular here, apparently. 93 of them. ES6 less code. Oh, yeah, using array destruction to get your... Oh, you can do that. Yeah, that's true. Fancy. I wish I would have thought of that. That would have been so fancy. But yeah, that was a good one, King. I think I'm so close to getting this one fixed though. This little problem. I think the logic is that, because what happened is, I love that logic. We were here, and there was a future one way out here, and we couldn't tell we were in the middle of 2. So what could be done is finding 3 in a row items and sequentially deleting them. So this will be... I don't know if Mongo can do this, then I might be able to coerce Prisma to get the same thing. There we go. Well, 2 fields have same value. Oh, so we're doing aggregate, we're doing all this fun stuff. Not a thing that will be easily done. Fortunately, though, I'm not getting rid of any of this original data, so I don't care about historical stuff. Every time this runs, this is we're not calling this write, this is migrate all clan stats. Man, I should rename that down there. So this is doing literally everything, folks. The whole shebang. And you know what, we're gonna add a little progress bar, the teeniest of progress bars. So I should have some process SD out writing going on. Page, here we go. Here's a progress bar. Or it's a progress output, less of a bar, more of an output. Of dot entries, because I need the index. I'm too lazy to use the other loop. File names dot length. After this, we will console log to clear it. Control Shift I. Auto format magic. Okay, this is good. A lot is per safety thing. First, I gotta spell how delete first works. And I gotta spell that one too. Ooh, how's it do with the ellipses, this font? Ah, I'm glad to see we got a ligature for the ellipses. Ooh, you shouldn't have to restart your PC, monster. Although, if you're on Windows, or you may have to restart your PC. It'd be weird if you had to, though. What I would do is try to change your font on another application. Of course, like change your system font, or if you don't know how to do that. I mean, here's the thing: if like you try to change your Firefox font or something, you'd still need to do the same restart your VS Code needs. So a PC restart would definitely do it if it was needed. Yeah, I don't do fonts on Windows. And hey, thanks for the follow there, Code 4422. Hope your day, evening, or night has been going well. I'm over here messing with data. There we go. Auto format. Do the magic. But yeah, a PC, if PC restart doesn't do it, it didn't get installed right. And if VS Code restarts aren't doing it, then you might need to do a PC restart. Well, there's our lovely progress indicator. Of course, this is only for my name. So maybe we ditch that, because this is going to be a much longer process. Again, I can do this part in memory, but I do need to do this part on the database when I insert new data anyway, so let's go. This is the big load. That's a fair amount of thinking there, folks. For the migration purposes, it might be cool to keep track of previous two, but oof, it's a big migration. Oof, big migration. Big yikes. Just how much is going in here? Nope, don't want that selection. Of many. Yeah, poor thing, don't know how many's in there. Still on the first one. 174. Because each one's checking for the previous thing. So while this is good for the actual thing, it's not good when I'm inserting 2,000 people. Also, we have this logic here preventing duplicates. That's an extra query I do not need. Since we're always deleting, we don't need that. So I'll just keep that there for posterity's sake. That's a cool thing I'll need to know. That last two do an object of usernames. How am I doing this? So yeah, this is what it will be, but for the purposes of migrating, we're not doing that. Last two username, love ya CodePen, or not Copilot, there we go. Record string number. Well, it's an array of numbers, really. Oh, this is looking weird. What incarnation happened here? Oh, equal sign. Hey, greater than equal to. Gotcha. Interesting ligature. Did not recognize. Alright, so last two contains a thing like that. It's not a number. It's technically, I'll make it a thing where it's an honor and a number. Honor and rank, because we want all the lovely changes. Good there, I was about to break a change. Ooh, with an ID too. thankfully I have that. Here we go. So if we don't have them, or if there are changes, then we do this and we say const new data equals here. Now we want the previous to dot push new data. So here's the logic. Needs to be in the front. Shift, unshift, and then if previous to dot length. Oh, here we go. Lovely. Well, not, yeah, if it's greater than 2, get rid of the last one. Otherwise, we're doing the update. Updating the 0th to the latest, which is what is happening anyway. Good, good, good. So this should, what is it? Triple the speed, because I've reduced, taken out 2 queries. Well, not only triple, when the previous 2 are the same, it should do nothing. I'm doing the update calls, but so that could be optimized even further to only update maybe to the end of a trail, so when the next one's about to change, but I do not have the power to tell when that is. I'm not writing that much for a script that's running literally once. Do you make better progress? That's a big delete. Hey, there you go, monster. Welcome to the club. The fancy font club. Probably should console log some dots while we're doing this. Or processing the write some dots. Okay, I just want to add a dot, folks. Don't be too crazy. Yeah, update on this one is create. So we have create and update. 11 that. This is just adding to the one line, and then once you get up here, we will console log you. Go up some colon here. We're not doing return because yikes. And then at the end here, we will output a return thingy. I don't know how percents work. I'm just trying to get this working. Let's see if we can do that. A little better progress indicator. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Oh, that's right. The crates are always happening because I never have previous to. So if not in last 2. Okay, we're going to do it in 2 lines, VS Code, or Copilot in this case. There we go. How are you liking it, Monster? It's not too from Fear of Code for me, but sounds like it may have been your first ligature fancy font. Great, it's just creating all of them, no updates. Okay. Hey, yes, the ligatures have converted you. I know that's not happening. Yep, and all the efficiency of typing less. Don't know, I just turned on that. I can also turn this thing down from 5 to like 2.5 because I ain't got time to wait for all that. Oof. Only creating. Hate to see it, folks. Okay, let's see what is wrong. Previous to. Insert at the start of the array. That is what we want. If it's greater than 2, pop from the end of the array. That is what we want. Okay, it's literally empty all the time, even though I am unshifting to it. Is that even working? This migration script, folks, we're gonna get there. Anytime now. Okay, so it's got lots of stuff in it. Your name's not Rascal, too. Oh, if it's not, darn it. Now it's gonna work. One little symbol off. Great, create update. Okay, it's doing it now, which means it should be time to let it go wild. Again, since we're doing technically a migration from scratch, I should not have to do any of this. So technically still gotta wait for all of it to happen, but I might be able to bulk all these changes into a single insert mini or create mini, but it's not gonna make it any faster than the actual inserting, so. Okay, we'll just see how long well, after we get to the third one, we should have the efficiency we need. Well, new people are going to be joining always, so, yeah. That's past 100. Look at it go! We zooming. Zoom, zoom, zoom. That's a lot of creations. Oh, there's the one. Nope. It had a thought. Must have been network. Lots of thinking here, folks. And that's over 300 now. I think there was like 800 on the first join, so yes, big one. The one thing that will need to be, yeah, this migration script's turning into its literal own thing. Okay, let's make another script while we're waiting for this huge thing to run. Essentially the migration, but for addition, as in it will be the right thing. This thing we already have as stats. Record string. Actually, let's see what the download gives me. It gives me a record of username to thing, and it's unsorted, so we'll go ahead and sort that while we're here. String. Hey, we had a new creation. If your project have config for prettier where it might be in the project, can't use prettier, it says your project configured outdated prettier that cannot be used, upgrade to the latest version of prettier. So this is about your project. So if you have an old config file, that's what needs to be gotten rid of or changed, you know? It's not your version installed, it's the version on the project. So if it's an npm prettier, like it's been npm installed, you'll need to npm upgrade it, or npm install upgrade, whatever that command is. So it's prettier on the project, not prettier in VS Code. That's the problem. Let's figure out data. There we go. Record string entry. That'd be a good thing. Get that import. No import. I guess it's local then. Okay, it's global now. I don't see prettier in package JSON. So at some point, so it might be weirdly this happens. it might be detecting a prettier configuration file in your node modules folder. Either way, so is there any prettier config files in your project though? If so, I would delete them and recreate them, because it's saying that configured to use an outdated version of prettier. So like this prettier RC file or prettier JSON file or the prettier section in your package JSON, the settings in there are old. That's what's wrong. Like new version of prettier don't support those old settings anymore. Ooh, look at all these updates. Loving that. So this thing's working. It's just working at a snail's pace. Yeah, it's gonna be tough to figure out where it is. So this is where you can find the config files. It tells you every possible location. It tells you every possible location, so you can check each one of those. And then that will allow you to access the config, and probably you just want to delete it. I mean, it's on Git, so you can always restore it later, but you can delete it, and then you could try updating it, but it'd probably be easier to delete it and then use a basic config. Or VS Code may even tell you which values are outdated, which would be pretty cool. This is too long. We're not doing this anymore. We are doing a manual doohickey. Insert new clan stats. No delete. Stats is here, so no file name, no epoch. Yes, epoch is technically now. Date now. No last two. For user of, I guess it's the paste. Check dot values dot sort. Can you figure it out, Copilot? Thank you. It's not epoch though, it's when or no. Largest to biggest. Don't need users. Don't have file names. Don't have that. There's a lot of curlies down here. Now this logic is gone. Back to the database. We don't do any of that. Don't do any of that. Honor should never be null. It will tell me if it is though. Auto format. Ooh, no auto format. I took off too many. That's from my else, so that goes back in there. Loving it. Like I said, Monster, it could also be that there's no prettier in your project at all, and it's just detecting something in node modules. In that case, you can continue to ignore it as you were ignoring it before, because if you don't have a prettier config, you're usually not prettier. Oh, okay, so what that tells me, if it's on your dependencies thing, that a sub-project is using prettier, and that's what prettier is detecting, settings on a sub-project, you don't need to worry about those. You can either create a new prettier config with the default thing on your project with any of these methods, or just ignore it because it's not going to bother you in your project. This to show. Go add that one. Okay, so we have that. I just want to get this part working at least. Yeah, we're not doing any weird rates. I mean, I guess we might as well do some cool rates, huh? No, we're not doing any of that. Yeah, if you create one on the root level of your project, like, watch, I'll do it right now. prettier RC in this case. It will override whatever weird one is being detected in some sub-project. Of course, this is assuming it's a sub-project. So boom, you create it, and now it should override all the nested ones automatically. Prettier, or you can say prettier create configuration file if you're actually got the extension on all that. Oh, and look, it even puts random stuff in for you. Again, this will only take priority if you don't have a prettier key in your package JSON. So if you check that again, make sure it ain't there. That should do the trick. Yeah, give it a shot. Hope it works out. Okay, we're just doing a stat count here. User total, lovely right there. I got some tabs over here to manage. Okay, so we got user total this time. So yeah, we got good math there. Now I'll go ahead and write the thing there and the clearing. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? There it went. This goes to the top of here because I'm lazy. Okay, this should be doing the trick for adding new stuff. Fortunately, we don't need to do this previous two thing. Okay, this is good for new data. Now when this happens, this will be if the environment variable exists, so constants. And what is my env Prisma? If database URL. So if it exists, then we use it. Otherwise, it don't exist, we don't use it. So first we're always going to save. We're going to say if database URL to be using this exported function. Insert a new client stats for the data. Lovely. Yep, whichever happens, we break on. Yeah, it's whenever we're writing, not when we're starting to fetch it. Interesting distinction. Doesn't matter in my book. Never has. Yeah, I mean, if you searched it, and that would have shown them all up for sure. We'll see if it works then. Should work. You should use ES6 instead of ES5 for the trailing comma, right? I mean, that's a stylistic choice you can make. It's honestly like up to you, and mainly the code base. If you have an existing code base, what that existing code base is doing based on like what stylistic choices you actually want to make. Trailing comma. Oh, I guess yeah, you should use ES6 if it's an option. Value not accepted. So you only get 3 options. You either get ES5, none, or all. So I can look at, see what prettier, what that value actually does. Let's see what they say. Okay. Trailing commas where valid, no tummy type. I guess ES5 is the common middle ground. If you use all, you'll need a ES 2017 code. Yeah, so I'd stick with ES5. Seems to be the safest to go with. Otherwise, you have to be really modern, and might not be that modern. clear that. Okay, this should be working. I mean, it should be working. We'll find out when we actually run it. But we can't run it till we fix all this mess. Const user documents. We're not giving you IDs because you don't get IDs. What you do get is wins, right? There we go. Okay, let's slowly make our way through this. If you're not in the user documents, congratulations, just made it. Okay, so if previous to, if length is less than, greater than equal to 2, so if there's at least 2 in there, and previous to dot slice 0 2. Yes, I am running this with just my name. So let's make sure slice works. Node 1 2 3 dot slice 0 0 2 1 and 2. Good. That previous to also needs to be like, okay, thankfully this is a migration, so that will always work. We unshift, we never pop. Otherwise, what we do is take the latest one, so we take previous to 0, and you say your when equals epoch or new change when. Yeah, that's what it wants to be. Good. So this should create the actual data before we even do any Prisma fun stuff, eh? Yeah, so it's literally 0 Prisma up until this point. Well, obviously we had some. So this will be new data. And yeah, we're literally just pushing new change. Good. I want this to only go 20, right? So if return, right? So we'll just console log inserted equals 0, but inserted plus return log and user documents. Enjoy that. XPX insert the data. Well, it's not actually inserting, but can't set properties or undefined setting when. Okay. So if it's at least 2 and there are 2. If it's less than 2. So if you don't have at least 2, or the first 2 you got don't equal. Can I set properties or undefined setting when? Maybe this is supposed to be an or. Yeah, it's supposed to be an or, not an and. Getting there, folks. Zoom in. There we go. So we create all this data. And we didn't log it, which is unfortunately. Yes, we deleted it. Very good. Happy to hear. I don't know. I guess I'm just... don't know what happened there. This never evaluated true, that's what happened. This is supposed to be user documents. Interesting. Well, I guess it literally cost me nothing. I'll go ahead and console log user documents at the end here and just return, because migration scripts, they're awesome, aren't they? Oh, so there's a lot in here. So 5, 2, 9, 8, 304, 304. Yeah, we get 155 more. Love to see it. What if or true. We always made a new thing. So we should have more than 155 at least. 600, so that's working. Ah, dang, sorry to hear that, monster. There's gotta be, so there's logging in VS Code that can tell you, hopefully, where stuff is going, and Prettier probably has some logging built in. Oh, Control, Shift, and F, it doesn't do anything. You mean Control, Shift, and I, right? Or whatever your format document. So, if you're trying to do the format document, at least on mine it's Control, Shift, I. Maybe yours on different. But when you do that, you also need to set your default formatter to Prettier. That might be why it's not doing anything. That would be my next assumption. Otherwise, there's gotta be logs in here for Prettier. There we go. So there are logs down here. Okay, so I would look at the logs. So if you go to your output with Control K or Control H, then go to this tab here, open up Prettier, go to this drop down and select Prettier. It should tell you some things. It should at the very least output your options and maybe why it fails. That'd be my next bet to go to. Figured out why that wasn't working. Oh, here we go. Lots of stuff. Client source index.js using config file at .prettier.rc using ignore file if present. Hey, it's fine. it's I don't think it's too top secret. I don't see any database credentials in there. Yeah, nothing wrong looks there. I guess maybe make sure your file you're trying to format isn't in the ignore file. That'd be my guess. Oh, let me run through this once more. Enter plus plus. Plus plus does increment though. Into the whole database. And then there's modern changes here. I can see them all at the top, like we're on 6. No, wait, I saw the logs. I gotta see the logs. 0. Inserted. It's outside the loop. Or it's inside the loop rather. That was the problem. Ugh. So that should work, monster. Although if you have, that should work. I would go ahead and in addition, since this obviously isn't working, I'd put it also inside the client and server folder. Just to make sure, because usually it's at the root of your project, and while your project does have 2 folders, maybe Prettier can't reach that far for some reason. So let me see, Prettier, create config. Oh darn it. I have to put it somewhere. Okay, there we go. So we have yeah, so Prettier runs the whole file. Watch and see. Yeah, it runs through the whole file, no matter how nested, I believe, because I'm in 2 folders, so yeah, it should see it. What I do is make sure that it's not, make sure it's just working in general. So I would create a new project, just add a Prettier file to it, add an index.js, and see if you can get it working with just a new, fresh project with basically nothing in it. If you can't, then that's the issue. You've narrowed it down to not the code or the config, just not being able to get it to work. If you can get it to work, that means the project in some way is not a fan of working with it. Boy, there are a lot of font files here. But yeah, man, to repeat the answer to your question, the root should work. Go ahead and make 2 copies, put it in client and server just in case. Okay, so we have all this. 04, 06, that is working. I'll have another yeah, definitely give it a try there. Like, the reason I'm recommending doing in an empty, basically a 1-file project is to remove any possibility of the project itself stopping the prettier. But yeah, you can try another project too, if you're that confident on that. Okay, so I think this is working. Yeah, let's insert all this into the database. Here goes nothing. Console log, oh wait. This is going to be all the values, so it's going to be, what is it? Create many object.values user documents.flat. Poor thing got all confused. Is missing in type honor rank. So I have honor rank when. Honor is number, rank is string, when is date. Oh, it needs to be data. Gotcha. Mongo's a little different. Not a fan of that one because I ripped up my curlies. Type honor number honor. It's not assignable to enumerable. Username is missing and type. They are missing. Would you look at that? I forgot. Oh, new changes right there. Oh, because of my TypeScript failure. That was on me. What else can we do in here? We can't do anything. Hey, okay, that is good progress there, Monster. It does mean that, unfortunately, it's the project that's the problem. So, not really good news. So I pick whichever is smaller, the client or the server folder, and open VS Code on one of those folders directly. So I treat them as sub-projects again, and see if you can get one of them working. If you can't get any of them working, then whatever is wrong in both of those folders. Also, I'd verify that there's no VS Code config file and that like your keybind hasn't been overridden by VS Code local settings, and like you're actually hitting the clear, the format thing. Am I good of Sequelize? I have used it in the past, Pilates Dev, and yeah, I've actually used Postgres with it in the past too. So yeah, I'm pretty alright with it. Enough to know my way around at least. Thanks for coming on by the way. 256 documents. Well, that's for one user. I was about to be like, that ain't enough. 622, 42, 42, 33, 33, 25. This looks great. Okay, time to shove all the users now. It's about to take 1,000 times longer. Vroom vroom. Yikes. Okay, I don't need all that output. Yeah. The reason I'm asking is that some projects can have a .vs code folder that overrides like VS Code settings only in that project. That's why I'm asking you to either make sure that you're not being overridden, so there's no like .vs code folder in your thing, or that if you are, you're manually doing it with like Control-Shift-P format document, manually running this thing. I just want to make sure that it's actually being ran and that's not what's causing your issue. Cause yeah, you definitely got an interesting one there. I'll be curious to hear if we don't get it solved. Why your prettier ain't working for you. Here come all the documents. Yeah, because I'm just going through a list of things I think it might be, Monster. I know I can insert 80,000 perfectly fine. Speaking of, I probably should delete some of these other tables since I'm not using the sample set. I don't think I'm using mflick anymore. It's a lot of data. Because the free limit is like 500 MB. It went too far. Ooh, 155,000 entries. Why is that 15,000? It's 155,000 entries. Yikes, that's my biggest database yet. Yeah, I believe they did Plaza. Because they were able to use it in another project. It's just this one project that for some reason is throwing them off. I'm kind of scratching the barrel for ideas here. Goodbye, boring databases. And hello, 155,000 entities. Okay, so this looks good. Now we're, this is the part where I look at my push script, bring over the extra data that's new, if there is any new data. Oh, no. No, okay, it's just running, I guess. Who knows? I'm just gonna rerun that migration. I didn't see it. Unfortunately, I can't really redo this until I have it working. So yeah, I'm gonna run the actual script now, the fancy downloader. Let's see if this does the work. So if I run, let's close timeline. npm run build. Can you only do export const in a TS file or both a TS and JS? So you can't, well, hold on, that's a good question. I assume, I believe that's an ECMAScript 6 feature, not a TypeScript feature. Do thing.js. Although, the fact that you're saying export const is like, maybe you can. I'm not completely sure, but I'm pretty confident, above 50%, you can do it in any old file, in any JavaScript file. I would open a file, but there it is. Export const thing equals A1. I'm not getting any errors here, so that's a good sign. Let me just run it real quick, see if I can do the import. Okay, monster. I'm running low on ideas, that's for sure. Import thing from do thing. Yeah, I assumed. These skills are real struggling for me right now. npxts node source download clans stats. Just to get this, to see if this works for your Plaza TV. Got an angry there. Oh, so that's just TypeScript confused. It would tell me, but it's on fire at the moment. Yeah, I know it's a bummer not be able to get it, but I'm sure the other one might be able to do it. Unexpected token export. So perhaps not on the same word Plaza. On a separate word. What? Huh. JS. Const. Maybe it's not possible. You need to do export default const. Huh, yeah, I'm seeing the same thing here. It's not exactly letting me do that export. Maybe it is now. Nope, unexpected token export. Interesting. Export const thing. Okay, I think I've just lost my mind. But you can, maybe this is a TypeScript only feature. I didn't think of it as that, but it's like I'm doing export const here of different things, functions, etc. It must be a TypeScript. I mean, I'm about to test it right now. I'll change this to TypeScript and see what happens. Heh, we all learned something today, Plaza. I guess export const is a TypeScript thing. I mean, you can even export let right here. I don't know. I feel like I'm losing my mind. We're both dealing with this weird reason now. But you definitely should be able to. Oh. TypeScript. I do see some TypeScript specific stuff going on here. Yeah. It might be a TypeScript feature. I think that might be it. Yeah, I don't know why it's not letting you do non-named exports, or named exports rather, yeah. I know this named exports ain't just a TypeScript thing though. Just don't know why I can't think how to do it correctly. I mean, it's right here. Maybe the TypeScript project is being objective to it for some reason. Your guess is as good as mine. You definitely got me there. I just work around it. Make them static. Didn't realize static was a place thing that you could do in TypeScript. You mean export them above and then do export thing. Yeah, this thing's very unhappy there. Yeah, I'm just losing my mind on that one. Tomorrow me might be able to figure that out. But yeah, I'd work around it for sure. I wouldn't spend billions of years trying to figure that one out. Because I mean, obviously, like I've done it in TypeScript. It's just, oh wait, is this console log? What did that just happen there? Oh, I know what happened. The migration is a always run. No, you can do default export anywhere. It's the named export that was failing. Default function. See, it was the named that was failing. export default. Yeah, Paleo. That was my suggestion to the one actually asking the question. Just do a default export instead. Like, they can do that too. It was the fact that the named export was not being allowed for some reason when interoperating with TypeScript. Yeah, see, named default export works fine, but trying to do thing like this, export const thing equals whatever, does not work. So yeah, TypeScript and JavaScript, you can do both of these together, but when... Well, I just figured it out. Don't know how. Exports.signup, it doesn't work. It says prompts.signup is not a function. Oh, it's when I go to console log it that it catches on fire. It's a weird TypeScripty thing for sure. Okay, so I imagine what's happening is that the TypeScript is not compiling the JavaScript, leaving it as an export, but my TypeScript is being compiled to an old version. So that's what that issue is, not necessarily your issue though. Hey, DM Bull Prisma, we made some progress. We're not all the way done yet, so I got all the data, all 155 documents, they're in the database. We didn't get much further from there. So I got the migration, got all this, got my script for inserting things one by one, and that is actually what we're about to test next. So yeah, we got a little distracted, had a leak code in the middle there. Yeah, this is actually what we're testing next. Where is it? There we go. Require equals main module. Okay, yeah, we don't want to do migration script. So if we're on the main, then we do the migrate. Otherwise, download new client. Yeah, DM Bull, a little slow, but yeah, we'll get it. We'll get through the rest of it next time. Maybe now. Well, we'll get through it next time for sure. Because now we're gonna see if we can add new stuff to the database. Because that's half of it, like migrating all the data and getting the new data in. It's honestly, it feels like it's 40% of it, because the real work is actually querying it all out and stuff. But yeah, I'm loving Prisma so far. Haven't used too much of it, just an update, the date, and all that stuff. So this is the most advanced thing I did. I did an update. Honestly, there won't be too much more advanced Prisma stuff coming, but yeah, I mean, the ease of just set and forget type completion. Love not having to like dig into some SQLize and figure that out or stuff like that. Wait, how many pages is this? Why did I just try to... So we have 32 pages. So we're over halfway there, folks. And after this is done, the thing will hopefully insert new into the database. We'll go from 155, 499 to probably like, I don't know, it depends how many people have updated since last time. Just for sanity though, while the transition happens, I'm definitely still going to keep all my JSON files. So everyone who is hoping like, finally they up, no, we're keeping all the JSON files. Hey, here, this is it. This is the database. It's going in. Look at this amazing progress bar. It's amazing. We are 1% complete. I did not realize there were that many things in the database. Because for each one of them, it's asking for the last two, which I could optimize, I suppose, because each entry, it's asking for the last two of that entry. Yeah. I bet there's some fancy query, or at least a MongoDB aggregate thing, where I get the last two items for each username ordered by description. Dang it, you know what? I'm gonna let this finish because I think it's working. But yeah, this is definitely I definitely need to figure out how to write that SQL function or some kind of optimization for this. But yeah, you can see at least like most of them are updates, because in my imagining thing, dot dot dot, like you can remove the middle dot because it provides no value. So it is minimizing a lot of this data. Like this data is going to be probably a fraction of its size, even in the database. Just a lot of manual. It's a very iterative process. Got to figure out a bulk way to do this. But yeah, I'm glad you came on back. How did the workout? I'm assuming the workout worked out pretty well. So this is the manual. Let's see if I can auto-complete my way to figure this out. Const last twos equals Prisma find a mini. There you go for a Dimple. Where so each unique column. Can I see data with Mongo? You can, I guess, but this was a combination. This was a double thing. It was not only oh yeah, there's a dot seed thing I saw in Prisma. Yeah, Prisma, I saw in the docs, it does support the seed command. It's essentially the same as what you call the Postgres one, where you essentially just run the commands to insert the data. It's just under the special seed and all that. Distinct multiple. Distinct for... No, not distinct for every. Yeah, that's basically what I started off my migration script. And it was stuck at 0.13 for script for percent for so long. So what I did was because remember, I'm doing two things. I'm shoving it in the database, but I'm also deduplicating it. So when I have, like, this is their honor, you have 3 entries of honor, and then it changes, and then there are more entries. We get rid of the middle entries that don't provide value, and we just keep the edge. So we keep these edges, so you can essentially, you get the same data out, but without storing extra stuff on the database. So it was a combination of shove in the database and do nothing. Line 14. You're referring to this one here, where I'm doing a sort on all the file names, and I'm calling dot entries. Yeah, so this is sorting, then doing entries. I do entries because I was too lazy to write a let I equals 0 loop, but I needed the index for my progress indicator. So classic for loop, just with the entries way of doing it. Yeah, pretty Pythonic way of because Python has enumerate, which is basically the same thing. Yeah, I mean, I didn't have to. I could have done the sort up here and then done entries. At the end of the day, file names still get sorted in place or all that stuff. It was just I was iterating over it, and I need the index, so the shortest code to that was chucking entries on the end. Yeah. Yeah, Monster, this for loop is for every file, and then this for loop is for every user in every file. This is the one we're currently running, though. So this is the one we're running right now, where it's for every user object in all the things we got. Oh yeah, Diemble, you thought that last one was good. I'm doing a values, a sort, and then an entries. I'm basically doing the same thing, but all for that little progress indicator. Essentially, so the way this data is returned is it's a mapping. So I can hover over it. It's a record of strings to entries, just to for duplicate sorts. Yeah, so entries is an iterable, which you might know. an iterable of number and whatever type it is, and then you can use destructuring to pull out the I in the user. I guess yeah, I mean, it's somewhat new. You have to have destructuring. Entries has to be entries has to return an iterator and stuff, but I mean, yeah, I guess it's somewhat, I mean, it's not the worst thing. I guess a for loop is obviously going to be better, but it's an iterator, so it's not terribly inefficient. Yeah, just different ways to do the same thing. Yeah, so entries, it returns an iterator, which is a tuple, not really a tuple, it's an array of two items, the number and the thing. So in reality, it's pair, and I'll hover over so you can see it, where pair, come back, where pair is an array containing a number and the whatever it is you're iterating over. So if you're familiar with Python, it's identical to Python's enumerate. But yeah, I mean, that's I don't know if it's a new pattern, but it's the way I've used for a while. Wow, this is a slow thing. I'm really have to try to figure this out. Or live with slow databases, I guess. Yeah, I mean, you can destructure here. I think I've destructured in my bot. I've destructured out of a loop too. Yeah, so yeah, I guess this syntax, this destructuring, pulling things out of a loop is a little bit new. I mean, you can go even further too, right? Let's go further. Let's destructure it all. Infinite destructuring. Yeah, you wouldn't see any of that syntax. Maybe in Rust or Ruby, but yeah, not any of those languages. Anything can be destructured, DN bull. I think I want a group. I'm trying to think of the databasey words I want to do. And then I want to limit each group size to 2. So is there a group here? Nope, not there. Okay, I'll figure out how to prismify that. Before I prismify, I gotta figure out how to mongofy it. It's easily read and write as English, plus there are a lot of things in the standard library and in the language itself that make the code you write shorter. It's popularly for data. So like if you're going for data, you basically gotta go for Python because that's where all the data libraries are. And I suppose that's its strongest suit. Maybe not strongest suit. Maybe R, one of the actual data languages, but you'll see a lot of it in Python, especially with like the Jupyter notebooks and stuff. But I mean, it can do a lot of other things. I guess the common thing you may have heard of is like Python is second best at a lot of things. But honestly, I mean, it's just a pretty easy thing to get stuff quickly done in. I don't know. I mean, games are pretty okay in it. Pygame and stuff. Oh, I'm sorry, Monster. You're being unproductive on my account. Well, we're gonna end stream. Nah, I mean, we are gonna end in like 7 minutes because Mine Wolf's about to I mean, they should be coming on eventually. Yeah, married to JS. I got you. For sure. Prisma JS group. Concepts. That's spooky. Yeah. So I think I could optimize this at some point, but the thing is, I need to know what I'm doing in Mongo speak before I can try to translate my Mongo speak to Prisma speak. So it's not that I don't know how to make Prisma do it, it's that I don't know what I'm asking for. I mean, I know what I'm asking for, I just don't know how to tell Mongo to give me it. I know it's gotta be a group. Maybe I'm asking for too much here. So maybe I should grab the... Hey, thanks for the follow there, Debtless Nut. Glad you're not in debt there. Hope your day, evening, and oh hey, thanks also for those you follow Shadowplay1. Hope your day, evening, and night has been going well too. Okay, is it done? I'm gonna go offline by the time this thing finishes. Need to start working. Yeah, activity log is gonna take a lot of work. I mean, yes, sounds like a good project. Sounds like a cool project for sure. Platform I'm working on is huge. I'm sure you'll get it, don't worry. I mean, if it's huge, then you can't really like do it all at once either, right? Okay, I think I figured out what I wanted, folks. It took me like a lot of thinking, but I want to get everything in the database. So I want to get the last two of a field, and then everything of that database, because they're all going to be consistent. Like all the dates are the same. A week to finish it. Oh, I don't know. I mean, a week's not a lot of time. I definitely at least get your feet jumped into it. Yeah, Deanable, I could see that for sure. Thankfully, like this insert only runs once every 3 hours, so I think this is cool. But when I will put it in Next.js, it's gonna be like what in the warm cache, so yeah, the client won't be new if it don't have to be new. So for sure, yeah, Deanable. But right now, this is very scripty, do one thing, shorten that code. Okay, I mean, I was looking around at this place, so this is pretty short already. Pretty short. I can squish this, I guess. I'll chuck that off. This is already pretty short here. Ooh, change honor. Okay, I can redo this. Honor and rank. So if I destructure them out, boom, change. So, yeah, that's technically shorter. There you go, Shadow Play. Right C, I can one line of this because it didn't need to be 2 lines. There we go. Hit me an auto format. Update. Yeah, I can squish these into 1. Not sacrifice too much readability. And let's see. Technically, no, these can't be 1-liners. Yeah, this 1 can be shortened like the order by is. Yeah, this is pretty short for sure. Hey, Frango Monahal. Yeah, I shortened it a little bit, Shadow. Oh, that autocomplete threw it down there. And yeah, Frango Monthal. So you're asking to, let me see, search on internet to put things in the top bar. If you're asking for like how to build an autocomplete, is that what you're asking for? To put this things in the top bar. Hey, Jim. How's it going? In the top bar. I'm not sure where the top bar is. I'm sorry, Franco. The gnome bar. Hey, gnome. Okay. So you want to put stuff in this bar. Yeah, I saw those dogs too. That I was gonna get there. It ain't gonna be this stream, but I'll definitely get to there for sure. Hey, glad to hear it. Glad to hear it there, Jim. The gnome bar. How would I search on the internet to put things in the top bar? So, gnome internet's top bar. How do you make this search the internet? I don't know. I mean, I'll figure it out. We'll see how it works. Ooh, declare global. Oh. Single on the global object. Oh, okay. This is a real. I didn't realize this was a real thing there, Deumble. 10 instances activated at once. A single on the global. Only once. Oh, and they're on all the pages will import that single one. Huh. Yeah, I did not see this one before, Dean Bolt. Thank you. I will keep this, because I'm definitely going to run into this. This makes me doubt my knowledge of the Next.js infrastructure, because I thought each page was its own thing, but I'll figure that out one day. No, it's fine, Franco. It's a good question. Oh, here it is. GNOME extension portals. I think I just found it. Yeah, DM Bull. I mean, we're literally probably like 2 minutes. Well, maybe less than a minute. Depends on when Mindwolf stalls. Yeah, for sure, DM Bull. I meant to make a little more Prisma progress, but I don't know. We got distracted, and as usual, you know, my streams never on schedule, but it's fun, you know. Hey, I'm glad to hear that, Jim. Yeah, I was when they said make an API, I was like, I'll make the best darn API. Web search dog. This one seems cooler. You can do something like pages to data and make all your files there with Prisma stuff. Yeah, with like fetch static props and all that. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that because not to my case, but yeah, it definitely sounds interesting. I mean, I'm ending as soon as mine starts. I think like they're supposed to start at 7 p.m. and it's like 4 minutes, so I will be ending soon. Yeah, what, you're surprised it's not a 14-hour stream? That was a one-time thing. And it ain't Saturday either, so no, I don't know why y'all are expecting a 14-hour out of me. Ooh, error. I love seeing errors. Let's try the Google search one. No. Error. I love errors. Okay, so this is how you're supposed to do it there, Frango Shade. So, it's a GNOME extension. I don't know why mine's broken. No, Robodom, you will not. Well, I mean, hey, I guess if you're watching both of our streams, we went from 2 to 7, so that's 5, 6, 7, 8. You'll get an 8-hour stream out of it at least. Yeah, all good. Usually mine started by now, but it's okay. We're chillaxing, failing to install extension errors. All good, Jim, all good. Okay, let's see if we've done. Yes, we finally entered all the stuff in the database. It only took like 10 minutes. So we went from 155,499 to, I can't see it. Oh, there's an ad. Okay, I'm gonna wait 60 seconds before sending y'all over because I'm watching an advertisement right now. We loading. Ha. We are loading, aren't we? Okay. So yeah, thanks everyone for coming on by, even though we didn't get too much done. Hey, we had like 100 more. That was nice. Oh yeah, Paul, sorry I got distracted. Thanks everyone for coming on by. We're going to be going over and rating Maya and Wolf. They're going to be doing some streaming about a full stack template apparently. Again, thanks everyone for coming by. Thank Pink Star for I'm glad you came back from your break. Thanks again for the subscription. You don't have to. Yeah, it was a good one. We got the Codewars alive, so at least we got that one, folks. Mayan. I don't know how to type words. What is going on here? Raid channel. Okay, I'm just gonna use the command, I guess. Raid Mayan Wolf. The overlay ain't working. There we go. Sorry for the delay, folks. We're still 2 minutes early though, so everyone be sure to have fun. We're gonna build ourselves a template. It's gonna be fun. Catch y'all at the next time. Probably Saturday, maybe earlier. At least Saturday. Take care.